call this meeting to order. We have a quorum of the board present. If everybody would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, remove your hats, and we will recite together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Dr. Dave Bardot.
Here.
Bobby Braun. Here. Jill Maddick Nelson. Kristen Matt Miller. Andy Mary.
Here.
Angie Schreiber.
Here.
J.D. Schrader.
Here.
Catherine Solon. Danny Pyatt.
Here. Item number 2 on the agenda is architect presentations. I'm going to ask Mr. Jake Leiterman to come to the podium, and he can introduce the various architect firms that are here tonight.
The first firm that we have to interview is Bray Architects. We have Matt Wolfert and Clint Selly. So I'll turn the floor over to them. They'll do a presentation, approximately half hour, and then it'll be followed with some question and answer time.
Okay.
Well, great to be here. If you do want to switch, given that you can see the screen, you should have a handout in front of you as well. I think, JD, we might need to get you one. That's all right. I got it. You got it? Clint's got an extra one. And if you can see the screen, you're that much more fortunate, I guess. Excellent. Well, just brief intros. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Oh, microphones. My favorite thing in the world. I'm Matt Wolfert, one of 2 owners of Bray. I've been with the company for 28 years, which is kind of crazy to think about. My role is really focusing on exclusively K-12 educational projects, mainly in Wisconsin. And my role really is process. How do we get from knowing we have needs to either a final master plan or sometimes even the step past that in terms of engaging the community in a referendum and beyond. So I am an architect, and Clint will tell you, you don't want me to do architecture. I have a feeling is what he'll tell you. Again, I'm trained in that area, but really my focus is on process, engagement, strategy, messaging to help us get from where we are today through a completed project.
My name is Clint Selly. I'm a vice president with the company, also an architect. I guess I am the one you want to be your architect if we're going to go that way. But again, leading through the process, again, working with Matt on that, but really kind of being your constant presence throughout the whole entire project from, again, initial implementation, pre-referendum, if the district goes forward with any type of thing, and then if we would move into the construction side of things, again, helping to be a sounding board during that process as well.
So a few other team members, Clint and I are here because we'll be leading this effort. We're fortunate to have about a 75-person team who will be supporting us and you as a district. We're a medium-sized firm by architecture firm standards, but we bring you the resources of a large firm. So as you can see, we've got interior designers on staff, quality control personnel, team members that specialize just in pre-referendum planning, so facility assessment, master planning work. And then communication specialists. So Allie is our communication recreferendum support specialist. She's been involved in over 40 referendums in her career, has a great deal of experience there. And Logan is actually a recent member, recently joined our team, but he was a longtime communications director for a Wisconsin public school district. So really bringing you a depth of experience, a knowing not just architecture, facility assessment, master planning, but how do we help you support continuing the community and engagement. It's always good to have the local TV station show up at your interview too. That's a new one, by the way, but glad you're here. In addition, again, we're architects and interior designers. Welcome. We also then have consultant engineers who support us throughout the process. So Point of Beginning out of Stevens Point and MSA, who has offices all over the state, would be supporting us with civil engineering, site assessment, plumbing, HVAC, electrical. Really an important one is technology and security. As you can imagine these days in schools, most of our schools weren't built with technology and security in mind. So MSA would be supporting us with evaluation and eventually implementation of those critically important services. So as we get started, I know Jake said we had a half an hour to present. Honestly, we want to listen as much as we want to lead. So we would love to, you as board members, if you wouldn't mind, there's 3 questions here. You don't have to answer each question. But if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself a little bit, have you been through a process like this before? what is important to you? What are your questions that you might have? And then what might you be looking for in your architect? And again, you don't have to answer all three, but it'll help us kind of streamline our presentation to understand what some questions you might have. And I will tell you, it's easier if you go earlier, because your fellow board members will take your answers if you don't. Anybody want to?
I'm Andy Mary, and I think my key concern would be what you're going to do to help us pass a referendum.
Okay.
The community planning, community engagement.
So Andy says, community engagement, referendum support, how do we find a path forward to address our facility needs that the community will buy into and support? Excellent. Other board members' thoughts?
Danny Pyatt, I'm very curious with the process of going through the engagement, as Andy said, with the community, but also the survey. What does that survey look like, and how we can get our community to buy into the vision, preferred future of the district?
Excellent. So another one similar in nature, community engagement, community buy-in, community support, but specific lens on survey. Good. We've got topics on both of those, so that's great. Other board members?
I'm Jay Bardo. I'm the vice president of the board. The three elementary schools we have now were built in the 1960s. They were built prior to special education. My biggest concern is that as we go forward, we have enough space in this new school that will not only deal with what we have, but when you're sending over $1 million to other school districts, as Danny has said for many years, he wants to make this a destination city and a destination school district. So we have to think that we need to not only build bigger than what we currently have for the students that we have now, but the other concern I have is because, especially in special ed, that we have rooms for special ed kids, safe spaces for special ed kids, and that we have specialized rooms like a library, music, art, music, you name it, that this new school will encompass everything we need, because our current schools don't have what we need in this century.
Perfect. You're describing exactly what we have a lot of experience doing, is helping clients, what we would call future-proof a little bit our schools. It's not just enrollment growth or open enrollment changing and students coming back, but it's the programs in year 20 and 30 and 50 years from now that none of us have the ability to predict. How are these buildings flexible to adapt to support not only the teaching and delivery, but the enrollment and the coursework that we may need to offer? We're really good. Other board members have thoughts? Yeah, please.
J.D. Schrader, since we failed so many referendums in the past here, I'm worried about how we optimize cost and quality for what we're looking for. And then I wonder about when we work with community partners, like maybe it's a second referendum question, because people are like, well, we need a baseball facility, and we could use a gymnastics facility and for pickleball and for the Boys and Girls Club, and I wonder if it should be a separate question. You know, if we pass the first one, do we pay the extra $5 million or $10 million to add all these extra? And I don't know how we bring the community together on those, just because it's already going to be so hard to pass something.
Great thoughts. We work with a lot of districts who have not found support from the community in the past, and so tonight we're going to talk about the process that will hopefully get us there. I think the survey is a great tool, as was mentioned, as a way to test out potential things. I would say also we kind of joke sometimes internally that every great educational project starts with hours of conversation about athletics, unfortunately. That isn't the goal. We need to balance those two. Both are important to the overall education and support from the community. So we'll definitely be getting there. And go Badgers. I like your gear, by the way.
My name's Bobby Brown. I would piggyback off of all the board members that have what they've mentioned. And also, I guess, just to elaborate on what JD said, is prioritizing those projects with our community and having everybody in agreement with prioritizing what gets done first or what moves to the top of the list.
Yeah, excellent. I think, and we'll talk a little bit about this as we get further into the process presentation, is our general thought is we have to have a vision and a plan, but we have to listen to the community when it comes to what is the first phase of the plan, what is the scale or size of the investment needed. That's usually how we're going to find more success versus saying this is the plan and it has to be this plan and it has to be this budget. that usually has not been as successful as truly having a conversation with the community and listening to them once we get their feedback. So that's a great thought.
Angie Schreiber, just again, echoing what everybody else has said, but the most important part of the studying process to me would be looking for, like you said, buildings of the future, right? Not just having a block school building, but actually having an experience and the kids to have something to be excited and proud of to come to. If we're gonna stick, all this money into this, I want the kids to really like it, have collaboration spaces, be able to learn the soft skills that they're gonna need, as well as those hard skills.
That's great, yeah, there's the fine balance as we're designing schools between, are we designing the Chevy, the Buick, or the Cadillac? And everybody will have a whole different opinion on what the right answer is, and there's a chance we're gonna want the Cadillac for a roof and an HVAC system, but the Chevy for something else. And it's our job to help you manage that from the perspective of budget and quality and educational opportunity as we go through this process together. So, excellent. Did I miss anybody, board member wise?
I think you've got everybody.
Excellent, thank you, that was really helpful. So we're gonna kind of layer in some feedback from you as we go through the presentation tonight. And if you do have questions, just throw your hand up. We'd much rather this be a conversation as we work together. So very briefly, we've been in business for over 60 years, focusing exclusively on K-12 educational work. We were founded in 1962 by the Bray family. Myself and another partner purchased the company 10 years ago from them. The school you see on the screen is Valders, which was the first school that we did in 1962, and back then a superintendent of schools, being the father, could hire the son to design a school for him. Don't think you could get away with that quite as easily anymore. But we're really proud of this partnership. These foundational partnerships are critical to our success. We still work with Valders today, and Clint's leading a project for them right now. So really proud of those long-standing partnerships. As I noted before, medium-sized firm, but we bring you the resources of a large firm. We've got the depth of resources, the depth of staff. Clint and I are here because we're going to be leading your project, but we've got a great team supporting us and supporting you if we're fortunate enough to continue our partnership together.
All right, so I have a long section here, so this is gonna be a test to see how long Matt can be quiet. So, as Matt said, the bulk of what we do is K-12. Here are some, again, I think some stats that we're extremely proud of. About 90%, I would say, of our workload is in the K-12 market. We love schools, we love building communities and being part of the process of creating buildings that help to shape students. As Matt stated, we're very proud of the previous partnerships that we have had. So again, very thankful to get the opportunity back in 2015 to lead a bit of a study phase with the district. Bray did the Antigo High School, and then we're currently working on the middle school window project that will get done this summer. Some other regional projects, we are working with Rhinelander and Merrill on their current referendum efforts. They will be going to the polls in April. And then to the right, we have another project we're going to feature as kind of a similar project, but that's a school in Pulaski that we're working on right now. We're doing two, I'll call them like new elementary addition renovations, again, really transforming the space you see on the right now is a dense space. It's actually we're in a basement. So none of those classrooms have natural daylight, and a pretty innovative solution to add a huge skylight and really get natural light into the bottom part of that building. Again, very fortunate to do a lot of new elementary schools. Here's a few sampling of projects that we've completed. To the left is Baird in Green Bay. The upper right is Menominee, which will be completed this summer in Oshkosh. And then the lower bottom one on the right is Beloit Turner, thank you. Some like new examples, Wrightstown on the upper left, North Fond du Lac on the right, and then again, another one of the Pulaski schools on the bottom left.
Can you just touch on what like new in our world means?
audience?
Sure. So like new, again, much like you described, we have a facility that doesn't meet our needs, whether it's too small. And I think most communities, if you just go right to the new building scenario, they're going to say, oh my goodness, that's a lot of money. You know, we can really fix up the old building. Or conversely, you can say this is what it's going to take to fix up the new building. So add additions, create innovative spaces, add that collaboration type space within it. You maybe start there and your community will say, well, goodness, that's a lot of money. Couldn't we just build a new building for the district? So a lot of times this process, even if you have your mind set on one or the other, building new or we're going to fix what we have, I think you have to explore a number of different solutions, again, to give your community the peace of mind that it is truly the right scenario and they understand the cost differences between them. And again, I would say the like new in most of these cases is we touched every inch of the buildings that we were serving. So there really was no distinction between I'm now in the old section of the building and I'm now in the new section of the building. We really tried to create that seamless feel. We've done, again, a lot of different middle school type projects. We're just featuring a few addition renovations. Just touching on one, the one in the upper right is in Little Chute. Again, that was taking a very dense academic environment, hallways and classrooms, and we were able to carve out the middle of it and create that collaboration space within the existing building that, again, really allowed them to transform the way that they deliver their education to their kids. And then a number of high school projects. The two on the right are both tech ed projects. We are very familiar when we say tech ed of, you know, lifts and welding and those types of things. But the lower one is a common space outside of the tech ed department where, again, the way education is delivered, the types of spaces that we're creating for the kids is much different than a traditional setting. So again, one of the questions we were asked was to provide a project that we thought aligned, and we're suggesting Oshkosh area school districts. It's an active project that we're actually working on, realizing it's a much probably different district that maybe than you would think of on the surface, but again, they face a lot of the same challenges that you do. A very significant decline in enrollment. You can see the numbers there from 2017 to this year of about 830 students. At the time of doing the study, there was a significant capital maintenance need within their facilities. A lot of old schools on small urban sites, so very difficult to try to expand in them. I would say a few of their schools are very reminiscent of your three schools. I don't know if they were done by the same architect, but very, very similar vintage buildings. Inefficient building sizes, so small elementary schools, while wonderful and have that neighborhood feel, from an operation perspective, they're very inefficient. You have traveling staff, you have kind of that loss of contact between the students. So that was a very big part of the process. And really, again, they just needed a long-term solution to be economically viable as a district and operate efficiently. And then as we went through the process, as was noted, I mean, there's one of the things, there's a Destination Oshkosh is just a community-wide initiative. And so were there things that the school could work on or begin to initiate that would help provide a positive influence to the overall district? This is just a quick map of the starting points. They had 20 schools, and really the idea was to pare that down into 14, 15 schools. Again, there was a couple buildings we ultimately are going to keep online as part of this process, but really it was that paring down. Might be a little bit hard to see as the pointer doesn't show up. Along the top, there's kind of a series of different phases. So again, we made a very big, bold plan here, and then chopped this up into kind of bite-sized morsels that we thought were practical for the community to look at. So there's actually 4 phases of implementation. The first starting with middle school and elementary on the north side, then moving to the west side, elementary, middle, and then tackling the 2 high schools as the remaining phase. So the first phase, which was approved in November of 2020, was taking 2 middle schools and paring that down to 1, so eliminating 1 building there, and then paring 3 elementary schools and taking that down to also 1 elementary school. Here's just a brief view of kind of what that looks like. The top one, again, was completed. It's in its second year right now, is the Val Phillips Middle School, and then the lower building, again, will be completed in 2024, the Menominee Elementary. Kind of a great statistic, they've already seen an operational savings on the middle school level of about $600,000, so pretty tangible amount of money for the district. The next phase, we've already begun to engage. They're planning for a April 25 vote. Would be, again, the next sequence of this, which again would take 2 middle schools down to 1, and then 2 elementary schools down to 1. As was noted, the destination aspect, so we went through a pretty lengthy facility planning process with the district, and really almost the opposite of what Matt said. We really focused on the academic side, the school side of things. After that was complete, we had a number of people in the community said, you know, we need to be better, we need to be special, what are there additional things that we can look at? So they identified 4 different projects, indoor turf facility, a pool, an outdoor competition and practice facility, and then an additional auditorium. These are all projects that they intend to try to get public or a private donation or sort of as a starter for them before they would engage in any type of massive renovation or referendum for them. So again, kind of one of those things that the district recognizes the need and wants to do something special within Oshkosh, but it is going to take a private partner to kind of spearhead this.
So couldn't they fund those with Fund 80 or just a referendum, or is that not legal?
They could, but again, they didn't want to prioritize, again, a football field or something else before they would prioritize athletics. Want to talk through a little bit of the community partnerships. The image on the left, the little kind of 3 little doors you see there is their before and after school room, again, at Barrett Elementary. I would say, again, most of the time for the plannings of these projects, we sort of start with the process. What do we think we can do with these buildings above and beyond how they're used as school? We know many schools operate from 6 a.m. to 10 or even later at night. So what are the opportunities that exist? The upper right is Hamilton Elementary. Actually, I have that broken out in a little bit, but and again, just a couple of examples. One of the great partnerships we've had where this has been most prevalent is the La Crosse School District. This is Northside Elementary. I would say this is what really kind of started the genesis of this idea for the district. We kind of cast a very wide net. We talked to YMCA, we talked to Boys and Girls. Ultimately, the only thing that was implemented here was a community clinic that we created. So in the lower right-hand corner of that floor plan, there's a clinic that operates before and after school, and then also on weekends. So we cast a very wide net, didn't catch any fish, so to speak, with this one, but again, tried our best. We also set this building up that it could be utilized for a number of different purposes if they ever came forward. Subsequently, we've had a future project with them where they had both a partnership from the Boys and Girls Club and Gunderson Health Systems also contributed about 3/4 of the money to build the yellow addition that you see there. So it's a meeting space dedicated for the Boys and Girls Club. Again, there's another health clinic within there, and then a nice gymnasium space that's used for before and after school programming, as well as during the day by the school itself. So it's a great kind of partnership of both private and public funding. I just wanted to point out that I also had a little bit of involvement with Tim Prunty when he was still with the district. So we looked at a couple of different solutions for how to link the high school and pool. There was probably 8 or 9 more iterations of this that we looked at, but in this particular option, it was, again, kind of a simple gymnasium fitness type structure, as well as potentially with some space for gymnastics equipment as well.
Man, that's a lot of Clint talking. Please.
Yes.
Just for all of us here, not just the board members, on page 24, when you were talking about Northside Middle School, and you said about this $600,000 savings in annual operation. You want to explain that to the group so they understand what you were talking about?
Sure, so that was, sure, so the question was, how does the $600,000 arrived at? Where does that come from? So essentially, again, we took 2 middle schools, combined them into one. So number one, we had just the efficiencies of a new structure, better insulated, more energy efficient structure. So there's savings within there for just how the building performs. The other piece of that was, again, kind of the bus traffic. So instead of dropping kids off at multiple buildings, we're limiting and reducing the amount of transportation that occurred within the district. And then the other thing would be, probably the most significant would be the staffing aspect of it. And instead of having 2 sets of administration, paying staff to travel between the buildings, there's a pretty significant savings on the staffing side as well.
Just briefly. And I would say usually what we hear is, oh no, less staff problem, issue, more kids in a class, right? That usually, or rarely, I should say, is the case. Those staff reductions typically occur through just natural attrition, general turnover that occurs from the time a referendum is proposed till it's completed. That natural attrition takes care of the vast majority of the staffing adjustments that are needed to result in these savings. And I would also say we're not building these so that we build larger classrooms to put 38 kids in a classroom. If we have X number of students, we need Y number of educators. It's just a matter of when we get less physical buildings, we're more efficient. When 1 or 2 more kids come, we're able to spread those across more sections with the same number of educators. So there's a lot that goes into that, but there's no doubt that there is operational savings when you consolidate. The biggest piece is staff. That's normal. We're in a service business, right? A huge portion of our annual operating budget is staff. But it's important to know that it's not staff being laid off because we consolidate. It's staff that typically move on through natural attrition as we go through the process. Please.
Somebody told me today when I mentioned this, we don't think, I know the task force just worked on it and said the old buildings are bad. But she was like, the community thinks that going to those buildings and they're fine. How do you convince them that they're not good? And then what's the main differences between a new classroom and an old classroom?
Great. Yeah, and I would say we've still never passed a referendum 100% in favor and 0 opposed. So are there going to be some people that don't agree with the eventual solution? Likely, yes. And that's okay, as long as that we're providing them with the information and they make a decision however they feel is appropriate. That's, I think, our job, is to educate and provide information. We're not going to convince everybody that every idea we bring forward is a good one. The biggest difference, I would say, in teaching and learning every day is there's a bunch of them, and it depends a little bit on grade level. I think the main thing is we are seeing a broader spectrum of ability levels within one 24 to 28 student classroom than we historically have seen. We have students that are excelling in area A and behind a little bit in area B, and educators are asked to take a classroom full of kids and differentiate them and basically deliver a curriculum that's micro-focused on the level they are at while trying to keep advancing them at the same pace. May seem simple, but it takes a different configuration. It takes different furniture, it takes different resources, it takes more square footage so those individuals can have paraprofessionals and specialists plugged into the classroom to support that teaching and learning. As we grow and advance in grade levels, we just need more square footage. We're doing less sit and get. How many of us probably went to school, stared at a chalkboard for 45 minutes, got up, went to the next classroom, right? That's how we learned. It just doesn't work that way anymore. They've got a computer in their hand and a computer in their pocket, being their cell phone, and they're hopefully getting some direct instruction for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then they're breaking out into groups and learning to collaborate and learning to problem solve. So just, it looks different in terms of how curriculum is being delivered, and we need the facilities to adapt.
So it's not just better lighting, more texture, better color, so to speak. It looks really pretty, right?
We are obviously showing shiny professional photography. When you really get into a classroom and look at the gritty nature of what a classroom is, it should be something different every hour of every day. It should be flexible that an educator A and educator B can deliver the same curriculum slightly differently, and we're not pinning them down to only delivering it the way that we set up the room. Maybe their front of the room is here instead of here. That's okay. If they're getting the job done, let's give them the flexibility to be creative educators and not let the room and the physical environment limit the way they teach and the way they innovate. The other brief note, and then we're going to keep rolling because then we're going to try to keep you guys on time since we're first tonight. I would say what you described is the hardest thing, because most of us will say, I went to school in that room and I turned out perfectly, so why would we need to change? So what you described is the biggest challenge, is helping people understand how teaching and learning are different today and why the physical environments that we have may or may not be supportive of teaching and learning. So I'm going to breeze through process, not because it's not important, but because we're going to keep you guys on time. So in general, we believe there's 3 critical phases to every project being successful: engagement, exploration, and execution. We've touched a little bit on a few of these already. Engagement being, how are we going to go about engaging our community? So the 7 steps on the screen are the general 7 steps that we've found successful for our clients. We haven't sat down with you as a group and said, here they are, is there an 8th step? Should we take one of these steps away? So there's a chance this isn't exactly right for Anago. Just some thought starters for you. So the first thing is, how are we going to engage across the board? Staff's critical. We know you've done some staff engagement already, which is really important, but we need to keep staff engaged and informed. Most community members look to the teacher in their classroom or their neighbor who's a teacher. They're not calling the superintendent or the buildings and grounds director or a board member. So it's important that staff members at least are up to speed on what's happening and kept in tune along the way. They're also the ones that live in these buildings every day. So getting their feedback and understanding what is helping. Yes, please.
So can you tell me what that kind of looks like? Because if we have community or staff or whatever that don't want to show up and participate with these types of things, but yet they'll go out and they want to vent to their neighbors and family and friends and stuff like that, how do we engage those people? What is your plans for that?
Yeah, so we've just seen a couple ways. Typically what's going to happen is we're going to send a survey to all staff members. It'll be a little bit custom by grade level to try to get feedback about what's working, what's not. We're going to follow that with a direct listening session or 2 at each building. Most districts don't say that's mandatory, you have to come to it. Most staff, I would say, do attend though. So the positive is they're interested enough and they care enough that they want to learn more about not only the process, but they want their voice to be heard. What we have to prevent is those that are opposed are inherently likely going to be opposed, and we're not going to be able to prevent that. What we want to make sure we do is, A, we educate them on the process, B, we educate them on what's being proposed, but we're also giving them an opportunity to come and participate in the process. And most people are more likely to support a project or a process if they've had a voice in shaping the direction. They may not agree with it, they may not agree with the eventual outcome, but we would rather have them be part of the process because they're more likely to become neutral even if they're not supportive.
Okay.
Well, again, just like community members, we've never gotten 100% of staff to vote yes either. So the goal is to educate, inform, and hopefully bring them along on the journey with you versus just at the end say, here's our plan, what do you think? Not super successful.
Okay, thank you.
Community engagement's critical. So we have done, hundreds of these community-based projects in the past. There's 2 general approaches that work: community focus groups and citizens committee. We've had success with both. The real difference is a focus group is just a very strategic. We're going to host 3 or 4 listening sessions. It's broadly open to anybody in the community to attend. We've got a very focused set of topics. They're engaging. We present for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and then we have breakout sessions, as you can see happening at the tables here on the screen, where we're getting feedback and having conversations with community members. The other is a citizens committee, where it's a bit more, I'll say structured, but not sometimes in a bad way, in that you're inviting 40 people to attend for 6 or 7 or 8 months to learn more. But if you're not in the group of 40 that are part of the committee or you're not able to attend for 8 straight months, we kind of sometimes lose some momentum there. So both are successful. Not sure what's right for Anago yet. Maybe it's a hybrid, maybe it's not. But this process of engagement, the reason in the process section it shows up as step number 2 is because we can't get to step number 5 or 6 and go back and say, gosh, we should have done X, Y, or Z. We need to be confident as a group that we're heading down a path with an engagement strategy in mind to make sure we're successful. I'm going to move quickly here. Needs assessment's critically important. We're going to go back and validate all the needs from the 2015 study. It's architects, engineers, on-site, in your buildings, writing and preparing a new report focused on interior, exterior, and then the space is the critical one. Quantity of space, capacity of buildings, how do those spaces align with curricular delivery? Comment from earlier this evening. Yes, athletic and fine arts are important. They're going to be part of the conversation. Special ed was noted a number of times, right? Every one of our buildings was delivered before probably 90+% of our special ed offerings existed. So we have to have a great focus there. And again, as you noted, future. What does the future look like? We have to make sure we're considering that as we go through the planning process. Come on, clicker. We're moving quickly. We're then going to this is like finally getting to architecture after all this time. We're going to brainstorm possible solutions. So it's going to start off just as a group brainstorming. What are our options? Brand new, like new, tear down, renovations, do nothing, just fix up what we have. All of those have to be on the table. I think our record is 27 options for a district. I would not recommend 27 options. The benefit, though, through that process was when we got 6 and 8 months and 12 months down the road, when a community member would say, hey, have you thought of? We had the ability to say, yes, by chance, that was option 19, and here are the reasons why we moved away from it. Even if they still think that's the best option possible, it adds credibility to the process, because we didn't just come out of the gate saying, we're going to do X. So we really think this important step here is to make sure that we're brainstorming all potential solutions. We're then going to start exploring master plan scenarios, site plans, floor plans. This is an interesting option of a client who said, we need to remodel our academic space in green or blue on the right, and that's it, and we need a fitness center. And they wanted to put the fitness center where it was the most cost-effective place to put the fitness center. That's normal. The reality is we had to move a utility line for that fitness center. If we hadn't master planned the auditorium and the future gym, we would have just moved that utility line 20 feet over, built the fitness center, and guess what? In 10 or 15 years, they'd be moving that utility line again. So now we've actually moved all of our utilities out of the way that if and when the community wants to go ahead and do this plan, they're set. They're ready to go. We've got connections set up. So it's a little thing, but I think it's that longer looking vision that's really important, not just to save money today, but to make sure you're making smart decisions for your entire building. Phasing's important. It affects budget. Budgeting critical. Again, I'm moving quickly. I apologize. We just think it's important. This is really back to that Chevy, Buick, Cadillac conversation. We're not going to develop a budget for you that assumes it's a Cadillac or assumes it's a Chevy. You need to help us understand what are your goals for roof type, for flooring type, for exterior envelope. We don't decide those things for you. It's a collective effort. You're going to be participating. If you want to, like I said before, a lot of our clients want a Cadillac roof. It's going to last them 30 years. It's critically important. But they may be good compromising in some other areas to make the building, to keep the building affordable. Again, we don't think we should be making those decisions. It should be a team effort and that you know exactly what you're getting. Community survey, you mentioned it before. It's a really critically important step. We've completed over 80 community surveys with School Perceptions has done the predominant number of those with us, but there's a few other companies that we've used. And as I noted earlier, I think the little statements on the left are critical, that we can't set out writing a survey to support the master plan that we got excited about. That's what we used to do when we first started surveying. Hey, here's a really great idea. Can you guys write us a survey to get the community to give us support for our great idea? We realize that's really a bad way to go about it. You get told no a lot because you don't have alignment with the community. The ideal survey is getting data that affirms and helps us generate what is the right first phase, how much is the community willing to invest. And once we've started changing that, we've been over 95% predictive with the surveys, resulting in referendum support. So finally, referendum support. I'm just going to hit on this one slide. We've been very fortunate. This is a 5-year look back of over $1 billion in work, 76% success rate. I would say part of that is just indicative of what we've seen over the last few years. We're seeing a slight erosion in support, mainly for operating questions, quite frankly. We support a lot of our clients on the operating question side as well as capital. But hopefully you can see it's not on 2 or 3 campaigns. We've been involved in 41 campaigns in 5 years. We got a whole team to support you with that. 2 graphic designers, 2 communications professionals, as I said before, and then I lead our referendum communication efforts, as I introduced in the outset of the presentation this evening. We know you have a district to run. Our goal is to become an extension of your leadership team, and you're spending time out in the community having conversations. You're not spending time worrying about mailing a postcard or getting a social media post ready or when is that mailer going to go out. That's where our team's going to help you, and we're really going to equip you with all the resources you need to engage the community throughout the process. So with that, thank you. Please, Jake. Well, we always like applause. You can go ahead. I'm kidding. Sorry, Jake, go ahead.
On the needs assessment, can you just explain a little bit what that's gonna look like? You know, is that gonna be a line item that says, you know, your HVAC system has 3 years life expectancy, 10 years life expectancy, and here's cost estimate on what that's gonna be? So we can, the end goal is, we want to look at our existing structures and be able to tell the community that over the next 15, 20 years,
Yep.
this is the financial support that we are gonna have to provide that for routine maintenance.
Yep.
So that we can properly plan and prepare the community for that as well.
Great question. So we used to write these long, really exciting written summaries of needs at a building, and what we realized is community members and districts just weren't engaging that effectively with them because it was a lot of architectural and engineering terminology and really wasn't super helpful. So the documents you have in front of you is kind of our pivot to very visual delivery of what our reports look like. It's floor plans with summaries. It's aerial photographs showing your roof sections. It's not just describing them. And then we summarize for those of us with short attention spans into just a very simple summary. There's a couple-page executive report on each building. I can get a quick snapshot right here on the screen. Is it good, fair, or poor? Where is that specific system or need? And then, Jake, typically what we're doing is we're budgeting the fair and poor. Some clients are just going to say just budget the poor because we know that's all we can afford or that we need to plan for. We don't put budgets in these reports because they're immediately out of date after we publish them, right? Every year we're losing buying power with inflation and things that you make investments in. And so typically what we're doing is we're producing those budget reports separate, so that when you reach out and say, hey, I completed X, Y, and Z out of Fund 46 or the operating budget, can you strike those in the report and issue me a new budget? No problem, all good. And we're not constantly republishing a huge binder full of material. So that's why you don't see the budgets included in those.
Okay. But they will be provided.
Absolutely, yep. Great question. Others, board members, district team?
I have one last one.
Yeah.
You talked about one of your experiences where you said you cast the net and you didn't happen to catch any fish that time, referencing community members. Can you just speak, what dynamics you think went good or didn't go good in that situation that may have led to not catching any fish?
Yeah, I'd say the specific instance in Northside and La Crosse was they didn't have strong existing relationships with some of those community partners, so they were not only building the bridge to that partner, but also at the same time in meeting 3 saying, and by the way, do you have any financial contribution you'd want to make? That's, I think, generally where we see that break down a little bit more. If the other one we're seeing a lot of, and we didn't touch on it here, I'm guessing you're dealing with the same challenges, just daycare services for our community. We're seeing a lot more districts starting to have conversations around providing daycare for families, not paying for daycare services, but providing the space for daycare providers. It's one of the ways to stem the 100-student outflow of open enrollment in some cases. That's another community partner conversation of if we had viable space, would you rent it, could you operate a licensed daycare facility on our behalf? Most districts don't want to get in that business. So big picture, why did they not go forward? I think it was because those bridges just weren't built yet. That's why the second project was so much stronger in terms of not only financial support, but ease of getting to the finish line. We can't wait till the end and say, as I said before with staff, we can't wait to the end and say, hey, here's a great idea. Community partners, A, come forward. Do you want to be part of it? B, do you want to contribute financially? We should be starting that from the beginning of this process so that they're at the table with us the whole way through.
When you look at future enrollment numbers, do you go off of just live births, or are you taking into account like charter school enrollment, stuff like that?
Many districts will invest in a demographic analysis by one of two partners in Wisconsin. There's UW Applied Population Lab, which is a birth and then kind of a regression analysis type approach to projecting enrollments. There's another individual called Roffers. Mark Roffers is the individual's name. He does a much more deep dive into your district as a whole, looking at housing availability and housing type and turnover and age. And big picture demography is crystal ball work. It's kind of like predicting what inflation's gonna be. Nobody said 15% a few years ago, right? So you're wrong sometimes. We usually are working with an independent demographer set of data. The other way we look at it is if a district says, you know, this trend we've seen has just been consistent, right? We're on our 14th year of somewhere between 2 and 3% enrollment decline, and it's just been solid. Why would we go invest in demographics? We then use that set of statistics and roll forward. Charter schools, voucher schools, homeschool, virtual school, open enrollment are all wild cards. They vary district to district, whether you're in or out. They vary significantly as you get to more urbanized areas where the next school district is 3 miles away, not 30 miles away. So we would have to talk as a team about what are a series of assumptions we would want to make regarding those things. We have a lot of districts who are saying we have a really fantastic parochial school in town, but they've been teetering, right? For years, they're on the fence of whether they're going to keep going or not. What if they close? Perfect example of what happens if over one summer we took on 100 more students. Not saying that's going to happen here. We build that flexibility into our overall capacity target for the schools. That honestly might be as simple as 1 or 2 what we would call flex classrooms built into a plan, that if that happens, no issue. You're adding a section, some of our other sections get a couple students larger, and off we go. So it really will just depend on the specifics and the unique characteristics of where you're seeing potential to gain or where you're currently experiencing loss, and making sure that we react accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Great question. We are over time, so I just want to be respectful. You guys have a long night ahead, so thank you. We look forward to continuing this partnership, and if you have any more questions, please reach out. Thank you.
You would hope so, yeah.
I just want to say this is not a recess, this is just a reset for the next firm to come in.
We're hurrying. We'll be out of your hair in a second. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Have a safe drive back.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the night. Thank you. Thank you. Nice meeting you. You as well. Thank you. Have a good night. You too. Thank you. Thank you. All good.
No, I was my award night. I was nominated for an award. I was nominated for an award. Well, it was my team. It was a black tie event gala. In Lions. Yeah, that night, they gave out the awards that night, and there's, we were one of the top three. And we did not get it, but there was 100 people that submitted information.
That's all right.
So 400 submittals, and we were in the top three. So, yeah, it's grant funded. That's why. Which I'm finishing up applying for that. It's gonna be in my mind. So depending on how this goes.
We do have some sports stuff going on too.
We have handouts, right?
Need it.
No, there's websites specifically for it. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get going. We're a few minutes behind here, but we will give each firm equal amount of time, so you guys will have 45 minutes for your presentation. We have the Blue Design Group here. They're Steve and Steve, so easy to remember. And with that, I will turn the floor over to them. Okay, yeah. Our board members are a bit scattered. We have 3 of them here, board president here, and then 2 up here, so we have 6 here tonight. Thank you.
Awesome. As Jake had said, my name is Steve Jamrose with Blue Design Group. I'm accompanied tonight by my business partner. And first of all, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this interview process, for including us on the RFP. And I think before we get started on our presentation, it's important to tell you a little bit about who we are personally, because at the end of the day, if you decide to hire Blue Design Group, we are going to be locked at the hip for 2 to 3 years. So hopefully you appreciate that. So me personally, can't say I'm an Antigo resident, but I'm pretty close. I grew up in Mosinee, just down the road, your conference full. One of 6 kids. My dad worked in the paper mill for 45 years. My mom was a nurse for 35 of those years. And they taught us some valuable lessons. The value of working hard, the value of stretching a dollar, obviously with 6 kids, and the value of treating everybody like you wanted to be treated. And those are values that I've carried with me through my undergraduate work at the University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, carried those values with me through my graduate work at the University of Washington in Seattle, and carry those values with me every day at Blue Design Group. And for Steve?
I am not from Mosinee or Antigo, I'm sorry. No. My name is Steve Romatz. I grew up in Michigan, a very similar upbringing, and I think that's what drew the two of us together when we started our business 20 years ago. But an interesting note, I'd been out of school for 3 years and engaged, and my wife, or fiance at the time, popped it on me one night. She said, "I don't like my degree, I hate my job, I'm going back to school." So we moved 10 hours south of where we were living to southern Indiana. But the positive out of that was that I got a job with a company that designed either schools or jails. I chose schools. So it was a wonderful 4 years, moved there on a Sunday. As much as I hate to say it and elaborate on it, Sunday evening, tornadoes blew through the southern end of the state, knocked one school right to the ground. It looked like a pile of toothpicks. And Monday morning, on my first day, they shipped us off, 6 of us in a van, and we went and sat on the job site, watched the insurance companies rifle through all of what the remnants of the school that had just blown down. And we literally started engaging teachers, and there were even some students there because everybody was kind of wandering around lost. That was one of those moments that hit me right here. I fell in love with school design then, but even more so on the first day of classes when we designed that school and I got to see the kids walk through. So for the next 18 years, my focus was schools, schools, schools. And I bring up 18 years because that's sort of a milestone in my career. At that point, Steve and I met and formed our business, and I'll let him tell you a little bit about that.
Our business started in 2004, based on the foundation and the principles of what I've described: hard work, stretching the dollar, and treating everybody like you want to be treated. When we look at our clients, when I sat down with Jake, when the RFP was sent out, the first thing we discussed was how do you want this project to be delivered? And in our conversation, he said, we want a design, bid, build system. Steve and I in our previous life have worked in all types of delivery systems, whether it's a design build project, whether it's a contract management project, or whether it's design bid build. And what we have found through our experience together is that there's no better system for the owner to save money on than the design bid build system. So hats off to your committee and your board for making that decision, because we truly believe that is the way to go. When we talk about stretching the dollar, it kind of exemplifies that. When we talk about treating everybody like you want to be treated, it involves everybody, whether it's the guy delivering drywall to the site, whether it's the owner, whether it's a student, whether it's a custodial person, whether it's a teacher. Everybody brings something to the table that has value, and it's our job to sift through those conversations, to listen, to be good listeners, and decide when and where and how those comments make sense in the master plan process, in the design process. This ground-up approach that we have, this collaborative approach, this blue-collar approach, is something we felt so strongly about that we named our company Blue Design. This story has served us well over the last 20 years. This will be our 20th year in business this year, to the point where, that's good, to the point where 99.9% of our work is referrals. As a matter of fact, that's how we were invited to this project, from a referral that Jake got from the maintenance director in Mosinee that has worked in your conference, your district. So telling our story is important, because when you work with Steve and I, you're not working with the marketing department that comes in for an interview, leaves, and comes back at the end of the project. You're not working with the business development group. You're working with Steve and I. We do everything, start to finish. We are with you the whole time.
And we, meaning this is Blue Design Group. There is no secretary that answers the phone. When you call, you're going to talk to one of us. When we're working on your project, it's one of us. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
And recently, to look at a list of our repeat clients, it's important to note among those the Bondwell School District, a school district that we've worked on multiple times with long range master plans. We guided them through two referendums, two successful referendums, one in 2008 for $5.8 million, and one recently in 2021 for $12.5 million, which involved a number of projects with their consolidation of elementary schools, closing of outlying elementary schools, and some major amount of work at their middle and high school. For the Hortonville School District, we've worked on, again, multiple long-range master plans for that school district, one of the largest in the state of Wisconsin, guiding them through referendums that passed in 2013 for $25.45 million, and one recently in '21 for $41.8 million. And I think when you look at those two school districts alone, you'll see in 2021, we had approximately $64 million worth of work that we were tackling between two school districts with multiple projects in each of those projects. And both brought those in successfully under budget. And if you check our references, I'm sure they'd be happy to tell you how that process went. The Kaukauna School District, we've worked with them on a variety of security improvements. The Kimberly Schools, we've worked with them on additions to the high school alterations, to their middle school, some elementary schools, and recently a new state-of-the-art athletic indoor turf facility. And with the Marinette School District, quite a few maintenance projects, not glamorous projects, but they are important to our clients. When we look at the Menasha School District, we've worked with them to restore their historic Calder Field, a few alterations to their existing high school, and several projects at their elementary schools. One interesting project for the Menasha School District, outside of an alternative learning center, which was a standalone building, we also, at one of their elementary schools, something as simple as a bicycle playground. There's not anything that we won't do for our clients in terms of some of the educational projects. Mosen East School District in my hometown, long-range master planning for them. We've worked with them in the basis of about $21 million worth of work, of which 15 of that was Act 32 project work that was done in conjunction with Nexus Corporation, and then two standalone projects, which were additions to the high school and one recently to their existing middle school. When we look at the New London School District, we've worked with them on a fair amount of security upgrades, and one interesting project with one of their students who was looking to complete an Eagle Scout project. He reached out to us and asked if we could design an entry gate for their athletic facility. He took that project, garnered all the donations for it, lined up all the contractors, and in so doing was able to accomplish his Eagle Scout project. So it was a wonderful project for us to give back to the community and work with a young individual who was driven to do something special. Outside of our educational clients, we also do a fair amount of work, have a fair amount of repeat clients on our business side. One of our biggest clients is the Michaels Corporation. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with that. One of their owners, Tim Michaels, ran for governor. But we've been working with them since 2007. They tapped us on the shoulder to do some work at their corporate headquarters. They are currently the 32nd largest contractor on the 2023 Engineering News Record and Top 400 Contractors list in the world, a very large company. Other repeat clients include Northeast Wisconsin Retina Associates, Valley Eye Associates, and Dermatology Associates, Forefront Dermatology, a company where we've worked with them and completed a 5-story office building for them in downtown Manitowoc. When it comes to the educational market, we've worked on virtually every kind of project a school district will face. This is not only in our 20 years, but the 10, 12, 15 years previous to that, as Steve has alluded to. We've worked on high schools, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, in district offices. I'm stopping at this particular photo only because this is for the school district of Pulaski, and in this case, I can't quite point to it, but the building on the bottom used to be a storage building. We renovated that into a new district office, added on a conference room that could be shared between the elementary school and the district office, and rearrange the traffic flow on that site, which was horrendous before, such that parents picking up their children at elementary school and buses are completely separated, making the site flow a whole lot better. The other picture in the bottom left-hand corner is for the Menasha School District. They approached us about buying a vacant building in downtown Menasha. Their goal was to work closely with the city of Menasha and buy this building, renovate it, put their district offices in there, and also put the city's offices in there as well. So it would encourage a partnership working with the city and the school district. In addition to that, they receive passive income. That project's been open now for about 5 years, and the relationship is working very well. We also do a fair amount of work on athletic stadiums. This is historic Calder Field in downtown, on the outskirts of Menasha. We worked on the renovation of this project. Aiken Field, another landmark in Hortonville. The project for Pulaski, their athletic field, and Delavan Darien in the middle, which was recently completed. Not shown on here, but we also worked with Brookfield East and Brookfield Central on some of their ticket and gate entries at their athletic fields as well. This project is the indoor turf facility designed for what some people in our area call the University of Kimberly or Kimberly High School. In this picture, you can see the athletic turf. We designed it in such a way that there's also a track component on the right side and a track component on the left, so you can practice long jump, triple jump on one side, hurdles on the other. A curtain drops down to protect them. There's also protective netting for baseball and softball that happens inside this facility. And those 2 overhead doors provide access to storage and an 8,000 square foot weight room, which is just used for the guys, not the girls. They have their own. So it's crazy. For me, football was one of my loves growing up in Moseley, and when I look back, I graduated in the 80s. I always remembered Antigo, DC Evers were very strong in football, and when I look back at some of the history, you guys were actually state champs in 76, 78, and 82 against teams like Racine Horlick, Cudahy, and Madison. It's hard to believe that kind of history happened in the town of Antigo. And we would be remiss if we didn't talk about maintenance projects. Not a lot of architects take on these projects because they're not very glitzy, not very glamorous, but our clients have a need for maintenance items, whether it's something as simple as evacuation, emergency plans, window replacements, unit ventilator replacements, roofing replacements, or storage garages. Our clients have a need. We're there to help them out with whatever they need. When we look at projects that are additions that we're hired to do, we have a process where we work through them. When we're hired for referendums and so forth, we have what's called a 7-step planning process that takes our owners, our clients through to the end, from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3. And I'll let Steve kind of talk a little bit more about the 7-step planning process.
So we know that you've engaged a task force and put an awful lot of effort into that. I actually watched the videos and I recognized a lot of the faces for the people that were either presenting or in attendance. It's a grueling process. And for those of you that have been through it, I'm not telling you anything, but for those of you who haven't, it's tough. And there's a lot of work that goes into it. So while you've gone through that step as a starting point and you've made some initial assumptions and have some reactions and sort of a direction, we still believe very strongly in leading our school districts through this 7-step process. And it begins with the assumption that there will be a committee assembled. We suggest that those committee members, much like your task force, I'm assuming, are from all walks of your school district. In this particular case for this committee, I would strongly suggest you might even want to invite a couple of those naysayers that have been around in the past and voted against a referendum or two, because it's always wise to try to educate those people. And they have their group of individuals that they're going to talk to. So pulling them into your group and educating them is one of the best things that you can do. Don't avoid them. Bring them in right away. But once you have that committee assembled, what we want to do is sit down and analyze the existing facilities that you have. And by that, I mean we're going to go through and collect an awful lot of data. Jake's got a ton of information on things that need to be done, whether it's asphalt repairs or roofing repairs or whatever it is. And we have all sorts of scheduled events in that regard. And we need to know about that so that we can include that in future planning. We need to gather information on each of your buildings. We'll literally draw them up so that we have CAD files of all of them, and we can start to determine how big each of those individual rooms is and how they're working in conjunction with one another. Basically, we're going to document everything, including sending our engineering staff through to analyze all of your existing mechanicals and electrical systems. The next step in the process will be to review your population, your demographics in the school district. And we know that for a long time, that's been on the slide in Antigo. Is it forever? We don't know that. There might be some kind of a turnaround, so we want to make sure that we document the past and we take a long look at the future, and whether that's engaging some of the experts who specialize in that or doing our own planning. There's different ways to go about it. We'll know what's best after we start working with you and can determine that, but there are options out there, but it's important to take a look. Identifying needs in step 3 is really a process that we go through where we want to talk to the staff and users of all of your buildings, whether it's teachers or custodial staff, administration, community members that might come in and use that in the evening. All of those people are users of your buildings, and it's important to find out how the building serves each of those user groups. Once we have that understanding, we can sit down and write what we refer to as an architectural program. And that's a good name, big name, fancy name, whatever you want to call it, for a spreadsheet that creates a numerical representation of everything that you have in the district in terms of sizes. And it compares it side by side with the ideal scenario. And I know you've kind of gone through some space planning with your existing elementary schools and what it would take to replace those if they were individual schools or a new standalone. And we will do the same thing and essentially determine what you have and what you need in the future. And essentially, you'll either come up with a net zero, meaning you don't need anything. You'll have a surplus of space or a deficit. And if there's a deficit there, then we have to analyze it and figure out how we can achieve that extra space. If there's a surplus, then we figure out how we can use that to our best advantage. From there, we put the pen to the paper and start to develop conceptual solutions. And they are just that, very conceptual. But when we do that, we believe that those solutions need to incorporate 3 things. They need to incorporate the curriculum-driven needs, what your staff is telling us that, where your staff is telling us that the buildings fall short. Is curriculum evolving to the point where your classrooms no longer meet their needs? Or what exactly is it? Is it a population-driven need where we have too many children in a classroom and we have to figure out how we can create more? Or is it a facility-driven need that's a maintenance issue that's been nagging? We have to put all of that into a graphic solution for you. How do we solve it? From there, we go into budget analysis. And we have a saying in our office, and it rings through every day: do what you know and know what you do. We know how to do, and I go against the grain on this one. We know how to do cost estimating, but we do not do it in this scenario. We are not experts at cost estimating, so we will engage 2 to 3 contractors who specialize in school construction at this point. On a very neutral basis, we'll ask them to provide us with a cost analysis and help us develop a budget for your particular projects for the conceptual solutions that we've drawn up. They do this every day. If I relied on a database that was 3 months old, it would be out of date. And that's the honest truth. So we want to get the most accurate information possible. From there, it is very important for that committee that I mentioned back up before I started here. It's important for that committee to reach consensus on what they feel is the most appropriate solution for your school district. And if they may not agree with the solution, but it's important that they go along with it. And not always do I agree with what Steve says in the office, but I have to, as a business partner, go along with him. We'll make suggestions to one another, and that's the important thing that all of those committee members need to remember, is that we need to reach consensus. So as a byproduct, or as a product actually, of the Phase 1 effort, you'll see a lot of different things coming from us. You'll see spreadsheets, you'll see charts, you'll see written summaries of surveys that we may send out when we interview staff and user groups. There's floor plans there of different colors that might represent some information that Jake has, and we'll look at it and say, okay, this roof's scheduled to get replaced this year, and that roof is scheduled to get replaced, 4 years later, whatever it might be. And then in the end, we'll come up with some floor plans with bubbles all over them, or whatever it might be that identifies the different needs. And that's what we'll take and develop budgets from. So can look a lot of different ways depending on what school district we're working in and who we engage for some of that budgeting. As far as Phase 2 or pre-referendum services, we're here to help. And the one message that I need to communicate loud and clear is that when we get to this stage of the game, this is really an effort that needs to come from within your school district. It would be very easy for the two of us to stand in front of your community and say, here's what we need. And it doesn't ring very well with the community because we're outsiders. You all are the group that can make this happen and speak from within your district. You have to speak from the heart of your district. It's got to start with you. But with that said, we are here to help and support you all along the way. And I've I've listed a few items here where we can help. This is not all inclusive, nor is it all detailed within, but first thing you need to do is come up with a campaign and a slogan that goes with this, and how you figure out how you're going to sell it. Put a milestone schedule with it, identifying key people within your community. Again, it may not always be the people that are necessarily in favor of this project. Educating people is very important. We'll do the presentation drawings that you need to help sell this. You're going to develop some calling trees along the way. Target groups need to be identified for major businesses and civic groups that you can make presentations to, organization of radio segments. Informational meetings can be held different ways. Are they large group where you're going to just engage a whole large crowd and answer to everybody? That's one approach. And from our experience, there are a lot of people that'll sit out there and never ask the question that they want to ask because they're afraid, even though it's grinding away down here. And in the end, it's probably not a very good scenario when it comes to them getting to the polls. We want to make sure that people can answer those questions. So we avoid that scenario a lot of times, and we'll go with one-on-one, small group. And we'll, as an example, meet in a field house or an auditorium and set up a half a dozen little desks with drawings at each one and have somebody that's been involved with the process intimately sitting there, and we'll invite people to come in and just mingle around and talk to each of us individually, and we can talk to them about the solutions and answer any questions that they might have. A lot of times it's very helpful, very, very helpful, because then people will open up a lot more. The bottom line is you need to get people out to vote, and whatever it takes, and I've listed the last one, it's as simple as inviting people. If you got to give them a ride to get to the polls, whatever. It sounds silly, but sometimes that's what it takes. So, see, again, a lot of different graphic representations of that information, whether it's using social media as a platform, social media and hard copies that are being mailed out, any combination of those, soft mailings that go home with kids in backpacks. There are a lot of different ways, but until we get involved with the district and better understand how you communicate with the taxpayers and amongst one another, it's difficult to put our finger on any given format right now. So.
One of the items that Jake had pointed out to us last week in his communication to all those that would be giving interviews is show us a couple examples of projects that meet kind of the same scope of what we're looking at doing here in the Antigo School District. One of these examples is a two-phase project that we completed for the Bonduel School District. In 2008, prior to the referendum passing, we worked with the school district as they were looking at consolidating all of their elementary schools and closing 2 of their outlying elementary schools. Very controversial. The community is somewhat spread out, and it was a decision they took on and eventually passed a $5.8 million referendum, which was completed in 2010. As a part of that, in the upper right-hand corner, you can see a 2-story centralized elementary school for that school district. After that was completed, they closed the outlying Navarino Elementary School and the outlying Cecil Elementary School. They knew they had work at their Bonduel Middle and High School, but they knew they could not pass that in their school district. They knew their school district could only afford so much. So this 2-phased approach, the second phase happened in 2021. As a part of that referendum, it passed at $11.96 million. And at that point, they took on the middle school, high school component that they needed. They had aging buildings. If we look in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the before picture of their single-story main educational wing of the high school, where they had filled in the windows with stud walls and put one window in that large opening. The picture directly below it shows the after solution after the referendum, where those windows have been filled back in with the glass. Very similar to what you guys have undertaken at the middle school previously. As a part of the scope of this project, those previous buildings were from the 1960s, 1970s, very dated, outdated materials, outdated mechanical systems. So as a part of this $11.96 million budget, there was an athletic addition of 21,400 square feet, which essentially provided a new 2-station gym. Interior alterations of about 50,000 square feet, which included a wayfinding system. The picture on the bottom in the middle with the blue stripe helps people when they come in the main entrance find their way to the athletic facility, or if it's yellow, find their way to the educational wing. We have used those wayfinding systems. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see how that natural daylight has affected a family and consumer ed room. There's special needs rooms that we addressed as well. And one of the things that is important to note on this project, the referendum budget was established pre-COVID. If any of you in construction here know, when COVID hit, material prices went way up. The school district that I live in, Neenah School District, had just passed a referendum for a new high school. And unfortunately for me, our project was millions of dollars over budget, millions of dollars. And we were faced with challenges on this project as well, because we had budgets, we had bids that came in over budget. But we sat down, we worked with the owner, we worked with the general contractor, we worked with our consultants, spending days and days and hours suggesting and working with contractors as well. Again, everybody's included in this process so that we can determine where can we give a little bit, where can we take. So instead of ceramic tile in the corridors or terrazzo tile, maybe they got VCT. So there's some trade-offs that we had to make, but at the end of the day, we brought the project in under budget. And in addition to that, one of the problems the school district had that wasn't fully vetted out prior to the referendum was how to work their bus parking and their bus traffic circulation, an issue that came up after the referendum was passed. we worked that into the project scope as well as a part of this project. So when we look back, how does this project dovetail with what you guys are doing in Antigo? I think it talks about centralized elementary schools. It talks about closing some of the outlying schools. There's maintenance and aesthetic upgrades to the middle school and the high school. And this is one example of a project, two-phase project that kind of falls into that category. Steve's going to talk about another project that also is very similar.
So before you jump slides there, I just want to make a point. So this last referendum that he talked about, 2021, is $11.6 million, or I'm sorry, 9.6, so almost 12 million. At the same time that Steve was working on this project, we were also putting together drawings for the referendum that had passed in Hortonville. That was north of $40 million, $42 million. That was, excuse me, that was almost 70,000 square feet of additions onto their middle school. So they now have a 12-section middle school. They had the infrastructure in place. I had designed that school back in 2000, and we knew that we were setting ourselves up for a big addition. So that was a massive addition, and at the same time, we turned around and did about $22 million worth of work at their high school, which is the second large project there in the last 15 years. Again, that was a challenge, I won't lie. It was $40+ million. We had challenges with our budgets on that one, and in the end, not only did we find a way to get it on budget, but by the end of the project, the owner had $365,000 remaining in their contingency allowance that they turned and spent on replacing floor tile and ceiling tile in their corridor system. So we are completely color coordinated through a 360,000 square foot building that is almost 82 years old in the oldest part. So it really worked out well. This is a project that dates back to 2013. I know you're looking at an elementary school, or have talked about it anyway, for plus or minus 600 kids. This referendum, excuse me, included a new elementary school and then significant upgrades at the high school and additions onto the middle school. The elementary school was originally planned to be 81,000 square feet for 4 sections of kids. And I told the district administrator, this is the district that I live in, that I pay taxes in, and it's been my approach since I began working with the Hortonville School District 27 years ago, that I will get the biggest bang for their buck. And so I personally took it upon myself to design 4 additional classrooms. Hortonville last year was the second fastest growing school district in the state, only behind Sun Prairie. That is an amazing challenge, to have to plan classrooms for years to come, because you cannot pass a referendum every 5 to 7 years when we need to in this district. So I literally designed 4 extra classrooms on without some people knowing it. It was kind of a leap of faith, but I knew that I had my engineers on my side. We designed it. Not only did the project come in under budget, it came in under budget far enough, we added 4 additional classrooms. They have the capacity for a 5-section elementary school now. And I dare say that had we designed the core facilities, the gym and the cafeteria and maybe the library a little bit larger, we could fit upwards of 570 or 580 in that building right now. Lots of security went into it. Everything was maintenance free, and one of the big bonuses was a geothermal heating system that we put in there. And there were a lot of people that kind of shrugged their shoulders and looked the other way, especially at the extra cost that we would incur on day one. And within 3 years, we had paid back that system, and now they're thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to the good. It performs incredibly well. As a result of that system, we boosted our focus on energy payback that we got at the end of the project from about $70,000 on average for a school like that to $100,000. The school district turned around and put that money back into the project and added something else. The other part of that referendum included $1 million in additions to the to the middle school, which is in the upper right-hand corner. Those were two classroom pods that we added, and that allowed them to maintain their core classroom groupings. This is a 5 through 8 middle school program, and they were very adamant about making sure that the 5th grade students were not mixed in with the rest of the kids, and this allowed them that flexibility. Again, the high school was $11.2 million. It had 19, just shy of 20,000 square feet of building additions, primary additions being in the tech ed department and the commons, and that's the commons is immediately left of all of the text there. That commons used to be the back door to the school, and by virtue of being a part of that school district had a lot to do with it, but by virtue of the interviews that we went through with the staff, it became so incredibly obvious that the front door was in the wrong spot. We had admin coming through, we had the mailman coming through the front door, and all of the kids came through the back door because that's where there was room to drop them off with the buses. That's where all of our circulation was. And as a result, we had major security problems. And this is 13 years ago, plus or minus. We had some serious things, not that we don't today, but we had some serious things going on with school security, and they were bent on fixing it. And as a result of this project, moving the front door to the back, so to speak, and going around to all of the other doors and literally taking doors off the hinges and blocking in openings where doors weren't required, or putting on flush steel doors and eliminating side lights so that somebody couldn't see in, and putting exit-only hardware on so you can't manipulate the hardware from the outside. We really achieved a lot of security through this project. Also included were special needs rooms improvements, art room, and there again, it was another $70,000 that they recognized in paybacks from Focus on Energy. So one of the items that just popped up late last week is how do we incorporate some of these organizations within your school district as into this project? And I'm not sure it's fair for us to stand up here tonight and try to answer that. I will tell you that as we gain better understanding of how those facilities are used and how you wish to make that happen, we will do our best. But I can tell you that I'll give you a couple of examples. In Hortonville, we have a very strong 4K program, but because we're a growing community, we can't afford classrooms for 4K kids. So we run those kids to outlying sources, such as the YMCA, or St. Edward's Catholic Church, or Shepherd of the Hills Lutheran Church, or the Play and Grow Daycare. They have the facilities. We educate I say we as the school district, we educate the teachers. They're educated on our curriculum before they begin to deliver it. But that's one of those opportunities to work with those resources. The school district also has the Boys and Girls Club and the YMCA. There are a dedicated classroom in each building that they have space allotted for to hold community meetings. They also have the YMCA coming in for after-school programs on a regular basis at least 2 of the 3 elementary schools that I know of. So, and one of the middle schools. So there are plenty of opportunities, plenty of ways to engage them. I think we need to learn a little bit more about your community, but we can be creative, jump out of the box, and try to find ways to incorporate that.
Can you talk a little about the main differences between our classrooms from 1960 and classrooms nowadays?
Yeah, I sure can, because everybody asks me about that. The truth of the matter is, most of the classrooms, I'll take it back even farther than the 60s. You got a building that's almost 100 years old in your middle school, right? What's the difference in that classroom? The size, the proportions. That one probably has about 720 square foot classrooms in there, 24 feet wide and 28 feet long, something like that, 30 feet long. And the ones that were built in the 60s are probably about 800 square feet. I'm going to speak to elementary school. The ideal scenario today is to build those at 900 or larger. with your 4K kindergarten, probably up around 1,200 square feet, 1,250. The difference that we see in classrooms when we look at them on paper is so minuscule. They look the same from 100 years ago until today. You walk in the door that's at the back of the classroom or the front of the classroom, it doesn't matter if you turn left or right, there's a bank of cabinetry on the wall, there's windows on the opposite side, and a teacher's desk is in the corner with a chalkboard here or a marker board there. And you look at it and you say, well, it's the same room. But the reality of it is we have hearing loops incorporated in there. We now try to incorporate more natural daylighting than we ever have before. We try to create opportunities for teachers to deal with students. It used to be they wanted small group learning centers within their classrooms. Now we see such a variety of kids at all levels of academic development within a classroom that teachers are needing to go one-on-one, or they have paraprofessionals in the room and they're dealing with, you know, a couple of kids here or there. So they still need opportunities to deal with kids on an individual basis. But in general, classrooms are still classrooms. They're still about 900 square feet, square or slightly rectangular. Unless somebody comes to us and says, you know, we need some opportunities, and we just went through this in Hortonville on 2 of their schools and knocked a bunch of walls out and created operable partitions between the 2 so that they could do team teaching and they could teach their science and their math together, and integrated different areas of curriculum within grade levels. So those classrooms will be as creative as your administration and staff can bring it to us. We need to know how you're teaching so that we can incorporate that. We'll be here to make some suggestions along the way in terms of design, but we'll need to glean that information from your district.
What's a hearing loop?
There are lots of kids that have problems hearing. If you go into a church, you see them more in churches than any other place, and it's a wire that's embedded into the floor, and it magnifies the sound for people that are hard of hearing, and they'll wear a device. Typically, they wear that permanently, but it is on a frequency that they're dialed into. So, any other questions? Yeah.
Can you, you said that you 2 are the only ones in the office when we call, you're the ones that are gonna answer. Can you kind of help us understand, you know, when you look at such a big project, is it just you 2, or what is, you know, how do you pull together more resources?
So really,
handle all of our needs?
Sure. I'll let Steve chime in a little bit as well. Whenever and Steve and I worked at larger architectural firms that specialized in schools, one of them down in Madison. And I can remember Steve and I beating our heads against the wall, coming down for a meeting, a coordination meeting in our own firm, and not being able to meet with our consultants, our electrical, our HVAC, our plumbing guys from our very own firm. And most firms that have a project like this, they have their team of 2 or 3 draftsmen and usually a job captain that works on a project like this. They also, depending on the size of the firm, but they may have another layer and another layer and another layer of upper management. Steve and I, if you think about, I say something to you, you say it to him, he talks to him. By the time it gets to the back of the room, it could be the number 3 instead of the number 1 that I gave you. There's nothing lost in the translation. So my point is, we're very efficient in terms of listening and what comes out of that process. When you work in a larger firm where they have their team of 3 young intern draftsmen working on a project, maybe one guy's doing doors, one guy's doing windows, one guy's doing casework, we do it all. We're efficient at all of that stuff.
Sorry, I gotta cut you off. I'm gonna try to answer your point a little bit different way. When I started this, I told you that I'm really passionate about schools. And I fell in love with them a long time ago. We work with a lot of different people that help us put these together. We both came from bigger companies prior to starting our own. And the reality is that if we wanted to specialize in schools solely and deal with schools every day, unfortunately, we would have to grow our business. So when you saw the list of schools that we have and the list of repeat clients that we have, it's really pretty small compared to a lot of our competitors. So we pick and choose the school districts that we work with, and that is the honest truth. We will not bite off more than we can chew. We've had 3 or 4 opportunities in the last 19 and a half years where we could have hired a couple of people. We chose not to so that we could specifically keep our fingers on quality control. And that's the honest truth.
And I will add that in any project that we do, you have a team. We have a structural engineer we hire, we have an HVAC engineer, we have an electrical engineer, we have a plumbing engineer, we have a civil engineer. Where kitchens are involved, we have food service consultants, and where theaters are involved, we have a theater consultant. So don't get me wrong, it's not just Steve and I, it's our team of 7 or 8 people, typically on a job, that gets the project done. And we have great consultants. The consultants you saw in our brochure are almost all owners, like us, of their companies. These are also guys we've been working with since we started together in the 1990s, early mid-90s, and they've grown with us to rise up to own some of the companies that they're at as well. So when you look at our team, I say it's the best of the best. And some of our consultants have already worked in this district. I know our civil engineer, Grahalski, with Point of Beginning, has done some work in the school district of Antigo. Our electrical, our heating person has worked in this district as well. So don't get me wrong, we might seem like a small team, but we're actually a pretty efficient, large team that works together extremely efficiently. Thanks, Jim.
Other questions?
Again, thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this. When Steve says we pick the projects, this is one we'd love to be a part of if given that opportunity. And we wish you all the luck coming up with your decision. We know it's not an easy decision to come by, but we just appreciate the opportunity to give it to us.
This will be another small reset. It'll be a chance for you to use the facilities if you need to. Just outside the door and to your right are the facilities.
We're gonna have a little discussion tonight.
Yes. For the task force? Oh, yes. After the 14th, substitute teacher.
Lots of. I was talking behind you.
Yeah, she is. You should have seen her about 2 months ago.
Hey, do you remember the process the last time when they interviewed? Did they have this like this? I don't recall this. I wasn't involved.
Did they have what?
Did we have interviews like this with architect firms?
I feel like we did.
Well, tonight's an interview, and then part of that plan to vote on will be done February the 19th. So hopefully we'll hear from people that are here tonight and watch the video.
Perfect.
They're all coming in.
Obviously, we are running a little late, so.
Okay, where's the snacks?
Should have brought snacks.
I wasn't hungry when I left the house, and now I'm like, I'm really starving by the time you come.
Can we have the board members to come to the front so they know who's a board member and who's not? Andy, JD, and Dave, you'll come to the front, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As much as people don't support that, I think I would love to see the schools do renovated. Once was elementary school. Bathrooms, all of that. And I don't know if it's the smart location, but it's just like very traditional. Spot.
See, I don't have, it actually switched, I'd rather see.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yep, I was gonna say, do we have?
All right, if we'll come back together, please. Everybody would take a seat.
All right, we're gonna get going. This is the third firm for the evening. We have one more after this, so we are running a little bit behind, but we still will give each firm the 45-minute time slot to be fair. So with that, I will turn it over to the Somerville team.
All right, awesome, okay. Perfect. All right, good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to meet with you this evening to get a little bit more acquainted with the Unified School District of Antigo and for you to get to know us at Somerville, Nexus, and Rettler. I just have a couple of these to hand out. I don't know if everyone got them. We're going to do our best here to proceed and hopefully not have our backs to anyone. So I'm going to have my back to our team here. So
Again, thank you, and we will start with introduction. So I'm Melanie Parma. I'm Senior Vice President and Education Studio Leader with Somerville Architects and Engineers. I've been with Somerville for 25 years. I'm part of our leadership team as well as our Education Studio Leader. So I work primarily with K-12 public schools, working with them in that upfront education and community engagement piece, as well as taking a look at your buildings to see how they are or maybe aren't meeting the needs of our modern learning environments and today's students in teaching and learning environments. I'm going to pass this on to our team here.
Good evening, my name is Jason Hale. I'm a senior project architect at Somerville. I've been with Somerville about 9 years now with a focus on education design, and I would be the main contact on the architectural side moving forward if selected.
Good evening, my name is Rob Brown. I'm a community engagement specialist and also a Hudson School Board member, so third term. So I understand and appreciate everything you're doing. Thanks for your service.
Hello, Brent Warren, Construction Project Manager, Director of Construction Management with Nexus. I've been with the company for about 7 years now. Been in the industry for about over 15 years and just bring a little bit of a different eye to the team from the construction side along with the design team.
Good evening, my name is Ross Rutler with Rutler Corporation. I'm a landscape architect and partner at our firm. I've been working in this field since I was born, I feel like, so I've been doing it just long enough, but I had the opportunity to transition ownership of our family firm. We're a second generation own and ran family firm out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
All right, so now that you've met our individuals here, I do want to share with you our org chart of our team. So this is the same org chart that was included in our proposal that the district got in response to your RFP. So we feel we've really put together a great team of experts in education design and community engagement here. So myself and Rob will be really leading the team from the get-go with that community engagement piece, as well as that facilities condition assessment and educational adequacy study. Again, looking at how your facilities function from every aspect, right? From a building envelope and systems, as well as how the buildings are supporting education and learning today. And then you can see with us, we have a team, Somerville leading the architectural, interior design, and electrical engineering portion of the project. Nexus's team leading the mechanical engineering, HVAC, and plumbing engineers, as well as Brent mentioned, their resource from a construction perspective, and then also, as Ross mentioned, their expertise in civil and site work, as well as outdoor athletic facilities. So we want to take some time to just share with you a little bit about each of our firms. So Somerville is a full-service architectural and engineering firm out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. I think it's important to let you know that we are an employee-owned firm. So all of us at Somerville are employee owners. And why that makes a difference to you is that our partners are very much all in all they do. And so we feel that that is really indicative of the work that we do and a high-quality product, but also in the relationships that we have built over the years. So just sharing with you some of our client partners and the length of time that we have worked with them. And at any given time, if you look at our workload, 94% of our clients are repeat clients. So I think that says a lot about our team members and that these client partners continue to come back to us year after year. And I do want to point out that we're currently working with the Green Bay Area Public School on designing a new elementary school for them. They're actually looking at consolidating 3 existing neighborhood elementary schools into one modern, energy-efficient elementary school in the district there. And then here too are just some additional statistics about our education studio. Again, we're bringing our experience and expertise, not only Somerville, but all of our team members here. So we're bringing that experience and our expertise to partner with the Unified School District of Antigo. We don't come with preconceived notions of what the right solution is. We realize that every district is unique in their challenges and in their solutions. And so we really look to come alongside you and support you and work with you, because certainly you know your school district and your community better than anyone else.
Hi again. And so Nexus Solutions, we're a design firm that has focused on K-12 solely in Wisconsin and in Minnesota. We do nothing but K-12 education. Our mechanical design team is the only one in the Midwest that's been recognized by the U.S. Department of Energy for school design. And I'm happy to, if we're fortunate enough at a later time, spend more time talking about that. But we're excited about the long-term future of this potential partnership and look forward to the opportunity to continue conversation.
Rattler Corporation, so we're the outdoor guys. So established in 1989, we've been working in the K-12 school district market for 35 years. We're very fortunate. That is how our company started, and from that we've grown into doing a lot of park and recreation work, and also a lot specifically with athletic facilities. But our team takes a multidisciplinary approach to our projects. We have landscape architects, civil engineers, construction managers, and land surveyors. So from planning through construction of projects, we take great pride in assisting the groups that we work with. I think as we look at experience specifically with the Antigo School District, we've been lucky enough to work with you folks on several different occasions over the years. Back in 2000, we had worked with you to establish the first running track in the location that it's in now. And we also had worked with you more recently to resurface that running track. We've done some planning exercises for the Noboken School Forest, and then also worked with you on your tennis courts. So we have a firm understanding of your existing facilities. One thing, and our role as part of the project is going to be looking at the outdoor facility assessment and looking at some of the critical items as part of that, looking at parking, necessary parking, access. You know, the ADA access is a big thing, pavement condition assessment, site security and safety, site utility infrastructure, and site amenities. So these are all the things that we look at as part of that condition assessment. But then really, I think what's most important and can't be understated is that it is our role to work with you folks to understand what's right for Antigo, Wisconsin. So through listening to you and your team at the school district, working along with this great team that you have here tonight, we are very excited to be here and excited about the opportunity to work with you folks. So thank you.
So as far as client reach, Antigo, of course, is the red that's in the center. And we've done a nice job either individually or as a team, have done work all around you. Every client is a reference. So if you were to ask for 5 or 6 or 8 references, certainly they're here, but every single reference or every single client is a reference. And sometimes if a project goes well, that's great. Those aren't the ones that are the good references. It's when you've fallen down and things have happened, how have you recovered? How have you maintained the promises you've made to your community? Those are the references that stand out, and we have several of those as well. And I'll share with you that 6-7 years ago, you had a superintendent by the name of Colleen Tim. Kelly Fassbender back then was director of curriculum, and she and I and the team took a field trip out to Brillion to see their STEM lab at their elementary, just as in early conversations on what does your academics, what could they potentially look like, and just to talk about different ideas. And ultimately, the ideas, as Ross has mentioned, this is your project, these are your funds. It's for us to work with you to understand how do we best spend those funds if we're fortunate enough to earn support from your public.
So I just want to share a couple of the current projects that we are working on in design or in construction that have recently finished up. So here we have the Oconto Falls School District. So we worked with them to successfully pass a referendum in 2022, which looked at all of their facilities district-wide. We updated safety and security at the elementary schools and the high school, as well as addressed some deferred maintenance, roofing, et cetera, but also provided them with a brand-new middle school. So they did have to close their existing school. So we had to have the conversations around closing an existing school, but giving them this opportunity to have a new school that is operationally efficient and educationally excellent.
One thing we wanted to point out in this project was the original development and ideas and original budgeting for this project happened pre-COVID and during COVID. And obviously things paused there for a little bit like the whole world did. After COVID, the project came back to life. And as you all know, the world changed on its ear in an instant. Construction changed, pricing changed dramatically in an instant. Really impressive part about this project is we rebudgeted it, converted the design a little bit to fit with those new budgets, rebudgeted it again after COVID we got through COVID and we came now into this current inflation that we're in now. In the last year and a half, inflation's been crazy in construction. Rebudgeted the project again, tweaked the design again, and this project is currently under construction and was bid this past fall and came in 1% under budget. So testament to this team here is just being flexible and still meeting the owner's needs, but still being cognizant of the dollars. And it was really amazing when it just came in 1% just off under budget.
And one of the items here, well, actually just talking about Brent as a team member for a second, your RFQ asked for complete construction administration. The reason Brent is here tonight is not as a construction manager, but as someone that will represent the district from a design standpoint. Someone who has a construction manager background that will look not only at the design from a lines perspective and how it looks on paper, but the constructability standpoint. Does the construction, the design make sense? And we're the only team you will talk to tonight that has an actual construction manager on the design team to work with whomever you pick as a construction manager. Referendum. Not every time do referenda pass the first time. This took 2 swings. I pride myself, as does our organization and our team, on how do we work with our community to best understand what we'll have support for early on. In this particular instance, we missed the mark. We went back and surveyed the public. We worked with their task force. We worked with their Lions Club and their Rotary, other booster clubs, trying to understand why did this not work. We modified based on the feedback we got, and it passed.
How much was changed?
Do you recall?
I think that there was some scope that changed there was a focus then on the new middle school. I think the first time there was additional scope in the existing elementaries and high school, so that got pared back to some necessities and then focus on the middle school.
All right, so just up the road is the Wausau School District, and all the members of the team up here today have had the opportunity to work on various projects throughout the district as part of their most recent referendum, which did pass in 2022 for approximately $120 million. That referendum included work. This rendering you see here is actually the new Environmental Learning Center at their school forest. But it also included work at all the other 18 facilities throughout their district, whether it was modernization, remodeling, or additions, to really help their schools be modern learning environments as well.
I think one of the big things too that came along with that project was redevelopment of a lot of their athletic facilities. And when you talk about the dynamics of a school district, equity comes into play. So it was really trying to serve both Wausau East and Wausau West on from an equitable standpoint. So we actually did upgrades to retrofit synthetic turf into their varsity baseball and varsity softball fields, and are updating the multi-use fields inside the tracks right now with retrofit of synthetic turf as well. So.
Then right down the road from there is the D.C. Everett School District. And this district, Somerville, has actually had the honor of working with over the past 52 years on 50 separate school projects over those years. And most recently, working with the team here tonight On the 2018 referendum for just under 60 million, for this work, it was 8 schools in their district, and again, looking at modernization, remodeling, and additions throughout the district. And in fact, the high school image you see here on the screen is a Somerville addition to an original Somerville high school that you see in the upper left prior to the addition being added on. So it's always a unique opportunity to go back and work on a project that previous Somerville staff have worked on in the past.
Yeah, and another interesting part about this project was this massive, beautiful, amazing field house that Somerville had put together, and we were able to team with them as part of some of the work at Greenheck. But what was really interesting as part of the construction of these projects was how a new tennis facility was integrated directly adjacent to the Greenheck Turner addition, and it was really interesting with a lot of different people involved, how well it came together with Somerville and Rettler to deliver a beautiful new tennis complex while this was under construction right next door. So, very exciting project.
And as far as DC Everest, their referendum, very similar to what you heard with O'Connell Falls, the focus was task force working with community groups. The interesting thing about DC Everest is that they have a Hmong population. They also have a larger Hispanic population that we were able to reach into that group as well. And ultimately, their referendum, which was the slide before, passed at 71%.
I'll stay there. I'll stay at the Greenheck.
Oh, you want this one?
I'll go to Greenheck
Here we
Turner.
go. All right.
All right, just a couple more notes on this project. So this was completed after the main referendum work. So this was a $35 million project that we worked on with that district to create the Greenheck Turner Community Center. And really the focus throughout the design process was balancing the needs of the district with the needs of those community groups that would use it alongside them. So just having those conversations to make sure that we were accounting for everybody's needs in the facility. Ended up housing a full-size indoor soccer field, walking tracks, sports simulators, different event centers, so a lot of different uses from a lot of different groups in the community that came together here. In the end, it's about 135,000 square feet, and I believe 65-foot clear at the center, so quite an impressive facility.
How much was public funds versus fundraising?
It's all private funding.
Yeah, so this was more of a capital campaign.
Checkbook out, shake
Yeah.
Trade your potatoes.
You can get your name on it, right?
Yep.
The whole farm.
Then the last district we want to touch on is the Luxembourg-Casco School District. And this was a school district also looking to downsize and consolidate their student population. In particular, they were looking to get everybody on one main campus and kind of rework one of their outlying middle school. So this project consisted of a lot of remodel to the existing facilities, as well as some larger additions, middle school addition to the high school, as well as a gymnasium. And then the image you see here is actually the remodeled library. The lower left image is kind of the same space, but the existing version of that. So just kind of showing what can be done in an existing space to modernize that and make it more user-friendly. And then once they'd moved out of that existing middle school, that then was repurposed with surrounding communities and different groups for new uses. So they kept the school, they kept it open, but the programming at that location was revised. And the referendum passed.
Another part of this project with the team's skill set was the phasing and looking at constructability during phasing of the project. The way a project is built, not just the way a project is designed, but the way a project is built can also save the client money. If things can be tweaked just slightly for seasonality, winter conditions, seasonality of school schedules, that can be a big thing of during the design phase ahead of time, just looking at the phasing of the project. And it's not just saying, hey, we're going to plow through and get out of our way while we build it. Working with the owner, especially with schools, with the seasonality of the changes of summertime and on and off of school, you can save or spend money without even knowing it by just being cognizant of working with schools in that seasonality.
All right, long-range planning. The history of Anago is fantastic as it relates to your facility assessment. Looking at the task force notes, there was a bunch of requests for a long-range plan. One even asked for, can we have a 100-year plan? Well, certainly that'd be great. But realistically, our focus is a 10-year plan. And I have documents here that I'd like to pass out for. And so the top 4 are from a school district by the name of Cameron. The one on the bottom is for O'Connell Falls. And why is this relevant? Because when we talk about a typical process, they'll study your facility, they'll do something called a master plan, and then they'll look for you to go to referendum. And then after that, the relationship hopefully goes well, and they look to projects in the future. With this group, our intent would be to create a 10-year plan with this district. So it's not intended to be a one and done. It's, let's talk about what looks like, go through the 10-year plan, identify priorities, and then in the first year or two, determine how would you like to proceed. But at the same time, we're talking about what would you like to do in years 4 and 5 and 8, because your community will not necessarily fund everything all at once. But if we start the communication early, and we say, for instance, we're going to referendum in year 1, at the same time, we can tell them that if we're successful here, we will still have needs. And during referendum 1, we'll tell them that we're going back, potentially, if this group, the board and the administration think that's the plan you'd want, go back in year 5 or 6. And again, this is your project, we'll do whatever you want. But having that communication starting today and having that communication consistent over the next 10 years with your public earns trust. If the only time you're talking with your public is when you want money, the chances of passage, not good. Okay. You'll see the community engagement line on the bottom. And the reason that spans from day 1 through the very end, frankly, is because community engagement isn't just let's do it for a couple days and talk to a task force. It's how do we, on an ongoing basis, continue to talk to your public and keep them in the loop. And you'll see in a moment here, as we talk more about that process, we'll get into some depth. Okay. Another point worth noting, CISA purchasing. We are the only ones that are approved by CISA Purchasing as a partner. And so if you were to contact CISA Purchasing looking for a facility audit, long-term planning, we are the ones that they recommend. So just as an FYI.
I've got a couple more here for you.
Oh, all right. And so if you don't mind, in these books, if you could turn to the blue tab and back. And so basically the blue tab and back, you'll see 2 columns on the left. And it talks essentially about today, and it talks about a phase 2. And what we do is work together and identify what are those projects over time in that 10-year plan, and then together determine what would you like to accomplish today and what do you want to accomplish tomorrow. In these books, what you see, phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1 with the Cameron School District went to referendum in April of last year. And we told them, we told the public as we went through this referendum process that, if you support this, we're going to go back in November of '24. And here's the reasons why. And so the first referendum passed at 58%, and we're continuing with all this extra time, continuing to engage the public on a November 24 election. Why? Because the more we communicate and get everybody to understand what the needs are, the more likely it is they'll support. We cannot consider this a one and done. The school district's needs are ongoing, and we need to make sure that we continue that conversation. And so with this particular slide, when we work together on cash flows and understanding tax impact, we will work in that phase 1 and check stuff in and check stuff out. We will have surveyed your community, every residential mailbox. We'll get a survey. We'll educate, and we'll get feedback from them on priority of the varying opportunities, also the tax tolerance. How much are they willing to support? And this, with administration, potentially with the community, school board, but ultimately we'll work together and identify what do you want to get done now, and this will share with you instantly what the tax impact will be, and we compare that to the survey. Will your public support it? And that's the important part.
All right, so I want to take a little bit of time and talk about specifically the Marinette School District and the experience that we had with them. When I was doing research on your school district and looking at the work that you've already done, I was having some deja vu moments with the work that we did at Marinette School District. We engaged with them in about 2018 to look at their facilities, and very similar from a district perspective. When we started working with them, they had 6 schools. They had neighborhood elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school. They were suffering from declining enrollment, slow but steady over the years, and they had failing facilities, right? Their facilities were aging. They had been built in years ranging from like 1920s to 1970s. And so we started to take a look at them following their strategic plan of looking for educationally excellent and operationally efficient facilities. So we spent time looking district-wide at all of their facilities, their capacity, how their facilities were and weren't supporting modern learning, but also looking at that efficiency piece. What were they spending at each school district, at each school building, from a heating and cooling perspective, from a plowing and lawn care perspective, right? The staff that was moving from one facility to the other for their specials, right? Their art, their music, their school psychs, their nurses, right? They were traveling and losing time with students in between these buildings, all the while there was inequity at the buildings because they couldn't equalize, right, their classroom size from one building to the other, which was hard not only from a student perspective, but from a staffing perspective, right? These were very similar things that I was reading about your school district. So we spent time engaging the community. They pulled together a very intentional task force that we spent multiple nights with, both educating them, working with them through various options, and then they brought a recommendation to the board. We then took that recommendation out to the larger community from a listening, community listening sessions perspective. And the key there was that the district was willing to listen to the feedback when we took that recommendation from the task force out to the community. They listened and they made some pivots and modifications to the original recommendation. Then they took that original recommendation and the modified recommendation out to survey, right? So Rob talked about that survey that hits every mailbox in your district. That's what they did. They took that original recommendation and then a modified recommendation out to their community. You can see these are just some images here that we put together. We had a successful referendum because the district listened to the community, not only at that point where they were asking for feedback in the community listening sessions, but then also when they got those survey results back. So it was that modified option that was supported and ultimately through a successful referendum. Now, of course, the district didn't modify the solution to a point where they couldn't live with that recommendation, right, should the community support it. So they needed to make sure that they were working with the community in those listening sessions and that task force and through that survey to make sure that it still was an educationally excellent and operationally efficient plan. So they actually closed 2 school buildings, and then they went with large additions to 2 of the existing elementaries, and they modified their grade alignment to create learning centers instead of neighborhood schools. So they put all of their, younger students together in a primary school and then an intermediate and then their middle and high school. So you can see here was our groundbreaking and some of the images of those modern learning environments in those new additions, which we also celebrated with design awards. So that was really exciting for the school district as well. But the key to the whole process was the engagement and the listening to the community.
How much did they lower their, when they went from the main one to the modified, how much did they lower the cost?
It wasn't a cost issue, it wasn't a cost change. It was really about, there were different, I'm gonna say, different options, a 5-building, a 4-building, and a 3-building solution. And just based on the grade level changes, the district went with a 4-building option. So it was really more about what was happening with the students and how they were aligning from a grade level perspective.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks. And so community engagement, and we'll want to spend a bunch of time on this, but I will also note that these reports, these are all deliverables prior to going to referendum. The amount of information we collect ahead of time is second to none. Why do we do that? Because our change order rate reflects the amount of information we discover ahead of time. And why is that important? Well, if you have a higher change order rate, that means many of the commitments that you've made through a referendum don't necessarily mean that they'll be kept. We want to make sure that whatever promises are made, we're able to follow through on. And avoiding unforeseen circumstances, unforeseen conditions as much as possible up front helps in that regard. So just the thickness I wanted to point out prior to referendum. Team effort, and you'll see all of the smaller circles that we'll be touching. Most important thing is that we'll be talking to your staff and we'll be talking to your students. When we talk to students and having them engage in the process, well, a couple things. First off, we learn from their experience what's working well and what's not working well in their facilities. But as important, they will go home and they will talk to their parents. And they will find out what's working well and what's not. And then parents will become interested in what's going on because we're listening to their children. Talking to staff, they live here. Glenda, what percent of your staff do you think live in district, roughly? If you had to guess, not meaning to put you on the spot. 80% at least. And so 80% of the people that work here, if they are engaged in the process and we listen to their opinions and understand how the facility and their classrooms work for them, what are the chances that they're going to go into the public and say, when people ask them, you work for the school, what do you think? I think you should support this. And so the more that we engage staff, the more that we engage our students, as well as every other circle you see on here, the more likely it is we'll have success. Also, in our cover letter, we talked about little due diligence I did, some of the organizations that are important to this community and others that I suspect are probably important to your community. The outreach that we have is broad and it's deep. And likely, the folks in this room, some of you may belong to the Kiwanis or to Rotary or to the Boosters. And we would leverage this task force and others that potentially aren't here tonight to make introductions and to become involved in those organizations so that we can share and then receive information from them. The more that your community is engaged, and this is a common theme, the more likely it is that we'll have success. Also, microsite, web interface, as far as a web page, we manage all that on your behalf. You don't have to worry about wasting time setting up a web page, as well as all the other marketing and all the other engagement that you've heard from others. Might as well.
It is.
Fantastic. Yay. And so, of course, we have all the literature that you're accustomed to seeing, but we will also work with those community members that not only want to inform, because the district can only inform, we will also work with those community members that might want to spread the positive word on the school district, and we can, on the side, help them support a positive campaign.
Yeah, so we just included the schedule in here as well, just because there was a question in the RFP about schedule and looking at potential referendum dates. And certainly we feel both are achievable. Just pushing out to April of '25 gives you more time in the middle from a community engagement perspective. And then certainly after a successful referendum, our team is qualified to move into the design, bidding, and construction administration phase. So just really quick comments here. Certainly Somerville been around for 78 years. We've got some great process and procedure in place from a quality control perspective, but also from a communications perspective in working with the district. And we know that our team works closely to make sure that you understand everything that you're getting in that design project, that you understand all of the systems, all of the components, all of the design, so that there aren't any surprises when you get to construction, right? So that is not only helpful from a communications perspective, knowledge perspective, but also that change order rate that Rob talked about as well, and mitigating that.
As Rob mentioned earlier, part of the reason I'm on the team is for sort of a value add of the entire life cycle of the project. Most design teams are focused on the beginning, right? They're focused on the design. They're focused on producing the documents. Well, our team, we have this extra phase that we think is going to add value to the project is during design, we can look through constructability, look at details, give it a fresh set of eyes from a contractor point of view of, maybe if we tweak how we build this wall, maybe if we just tweak how we build this roof, it might save a lot of money. You still get the same impact, same design, same outcome, but maybe we can just save a little bit of money by labor or by phasing or whatever. And then another thing, as Melanie was just talking about, is the communication throughout the whole process. Another value add our team brings is the electronic software that we can use from implementation all the way through the end of construction with the contractors. So owners from day one, designers from day one can be all on this seamless platform throughout the entire project, where initial concept, schematic concept, initial design phases, and then you move into more construction documents. All those documents can live on one software, one open that the owner can see. You as the owner can be as fully involved down to the nuts and bolts as you want to be, or you can be high level, however you want to be. It's fully integratable, 24/7. Anyone can have access to the information. It's really, I've found over the years, the building and grounds team loves this. They can get into the weeds on what kind of air handling are we going to use? What kind of, siding are we going to put on the building? What kind of roof are we going to use? They can look at the documents within their own time. Instead of just getting bombarded in one meeting every 2 weeks, they can spend their time when they have time to get on this software, look at the documents 24/7, understand what do I need to ask at the next meeting for questions. And then this same software houses all the information all the way through the entire project to the end of the project, with the contractors also integrating themselves into this software. And then at the end of the project, you get an entire closeout set of documents that is seamless from the beginning design, so everyone can understand that the promises made at the beginning were delivered and met at the end, all through this one housing situation that everyone can have access to the entire time.
All right, so now we'll stop talking and open it up for the Q&A portion. And if you wouldn't mind just leaving us like 1 minute as we wrap up, just to close with a slide or two as well.
Regarding the software that you were just talking about, and I apologize if I missed you saying this, is that something that would be something that we would also have to purchase or do the software in order to use it?
It is web-based.
It's web-
Yeah,
yes.
it is
All right, so
web-based.
No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. No, you do not have to purchase anything. It's all
Okay.
web-based, you just get a log-on. The team just invites people via log-on.
Okay.
And then anyone we give the log-on to can have access to it, yeah.
Okay.
No one has
I
to
apologize
download
if you
software,
said
no
that
one
and
has
I
to
missed it.
purchase anything.
No, good question.
Sorry,
for
I
sure.
misunderstood you for a second, sorry.
Boy, we hit it on the head, huh?
For me, the main thing is, can we pass something, like, we want to build something decent, but if we spend too much money.
Yeah, it's finding that balance.
So, I mean, the answer is probably obvious, but why is that important to you? Has the community failed a referendum before? Many? Okay. And so having community, building that support, having them come along in that communication, understanding what their tax tolerance is probably important to this group. Because you don't want to go back up and bat and miss again. And so in the part of the community engagement that I talked about earlier, is there anything that I've said that you all think might be beneficial and different compared to what you've done before?
Pretty much everything you said.
Well, thank you.
I think, here's my perspective. Previous referendums were always, this is what we need to do, but if you don't do it, we're gonna close those 2 schools. Well, guess what? They got closed. That's just the way I've seen it go. And I don't think you sell something with, this is what we're gonna do if you don't do it. It's, this is what's best for our kids, this is best for our staff. We need to make a better facility for where our elementary kids are now, so they will have a better opportunity to learn.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's what we want.
Yes.
Rob, your survey that you send out, is that done by your team, or is that outsourced through School Perceptions or other firms like that?
School Perceptions.
Okay.
And so, but the structure of the survey is different.
Through us.
Well, it's, the structure of the survey that we team on,
Yes.
ultimately, School Perceptions delivers, but they don't deliver that same type of survey for everybody. And so it'll be more granular, be more educational, and we'll get better feedback. Does that, okay. Ma'am?
I'm not a school board member, I'm just on the task force. Is that okay?
Task force will be able to speak later.
Sure.
Can you talk a little bit more about, when you talk about the community engagement, that you're gonna be there every step of the way? I mean, does that literally mean when we have a town board meeting, you're gonna be there standing next to us, presenting, talking, every meeting, or, I mean, what does that really look like?
And so in that, honestly, that varies district by district. I mean, the long and the short is, I'm available however you want me to be available, and if that means every single meeting, then I'll be here for that. But on top of that, we'll help you with the collateral, the presentations. We have a marketing group, a nice marketing group amongst this entire team to understand what is that message that we're trying to deliver, what is that call to action, and that's gonna vary group by group depending on who we're talking to. A booster group is gonna be different than, say, Rotary, as a for instance, or your teachers will be different than your students, as a for instance. And so all along the way, we're gonna support you. We just have to figure out together as we strategize, where do you want us and when? It's not just town halls, because to be honest with you, if you've had a come tour of the facility, you might get a half dozen people. Or if you have a town hall and an auditorium, you might get a half dozen people. We have strategies through social media and a variety of other means that allow us to bring dozens, if not hundreds of people to the table without having to come physically into the building. And we would leverage those for you all. Does that help?
Yep.
Okay. You have a question? You sure? She's like, don't point at me.
Don't intimidate them.
I know, right? I know, my gosh. Yep.
How, maybe I should ask this different way. When you look at projected enrollments and populations of our community, can you just speak a little bit how you go through that process and the accuracy of those projections could be, what tools you use to do that, and then speak a little bit about the variables that can really change that dynamic of our enrollment, such as voucher schools, virtual academies, open enrollment, things like that.
Yep. So I'm going to want Melanie to talk here in a second, but I'll kick that off if that's okay.
Sure.
And so as it relates to demographics, there's a couple things that we need to identify as a team. You know, the Somerville team, the Antigo team, is where do you know you're falling down? It could be open enrollment. If it is an open enrollment, why? Is it our CT program, our career technical education? Is it special education? Is it athletics? Is it how your schools are currently laid out? You know, that you have the 3 elementaries, you have the middle school, high school. You know, little side note, I find it interesting, this building's 30 years old and a lot of you still call it the new high school. And so it's that understanding as a team. In some districts, where appropriate, we'll hire a demographer who's a third party. And they'll come in and we will tell them specifically, these are the things that we're looking to understand. And sometimes when it's about open enrollment, we'll go beyond your district and understand where some of those numbers are. And then come back with good education and then talk about if we make changes, we can't promise anything. But at the end of the day, if we make changes or target certain things, will this help? For instance, 4K, 3K, something that's happening more so in our school districts across the state and in, well, the state, you know, is what about birth? What are we doing in school districts where daycare is a desert? How do we help our community? You know, one of the things you guys shared in your last note to the teams presenting today was, what about community engagement and how can we best affect our community? You may say 4K, 3K at birth, those types of daycare opportunities, and if you build it, will they come? And we'll help with that.
I think you covered it all, really.
Okay.
Good job.
Thanks.
I was like, as Rob's talking, I'm like, I'm talking, oh, now Rob's still up there. Yeah, you're good.
So, thank you.
I've been asking all the groups, what are you gonna build in a new school that's different in the classroom than
So,
from 1960?
that is a great question.
All right.
Yeah, so there are a number of different things that we look at when we're designing schools today. So to name a few, right, the special education spaces in a 1960s building are not what we need to support our special education students today. When we think about mental health, nobody was thinking about mental health and the type of spaces. For example, I'll give one example. When we design spaces today, when we have a large cafeteria space, we often will put a smaller space adjacent to it that could be multi-purposed for a variety of different, meeting or educational, instructional purposes, but it's also a place where there are some students that need to get out of that loud cafeteria and be able to eat a nice, quiet, calm lunch outside of that large space, right? So when we think about having a variety of different type of spaces so we can support all types of student learning opportunities. So collaboration spaces where students can work together. I was just at a school district on Friday where it was an existing school where we took some underutilized spaces and created some grade level collaboration spaces. And I walked through the space where we had flexible furniture, we had integrated technology, and lots of writable surfaces, lots of whiteboards. And there were 2 classrooms, one grade level, 2 classrooms came together in this larger collaborative space, and they were working on a project looking at cases that went to Supreme Court. They were sharing with us what they were doing, but every one of those whiteboards was full of text and different colored markers, and kids were, sitting on the, soft furniture, gathered around having a conversation, or at the high tops, right? It gave them an opportunity to learn in a different environment and collaborate together. Those are spaces that weren't designed in a 1960s building, and nobody was thinking about different types of furniture for students, and whether that's to give them that opportunity to collaborate or just be able to, some kids just need to be able to sit in a stool that allows them to wiggle a little and not, disturb the student next to them. So really looking at all the different types of, learning environments and the ways that we teach students today is very different.
We are reaching the end of the
Yes.
so you wanna wrap
All right.
Are there any more questions first? Or
Yeah. We good? All right. Jason's our closer.
The closer. I
All
promise
right.
I'll try not to mess it up and I'll go quick. All right, so just wanted to touch on a very few quick items here on why we feel we're the best choice, what kind of makes us stand out from the crowd. And one of them is a consistent team throughout the entire process. So the people you see here tonight would be working with you through the entire project through construction. And that is different than a lot of firms out there who will hand off at different stages. So that continuity of information and knowledge on a project really helps it come together and saves time in the end. Oh, do I have a button?
I got it.
We all have a very strong commitment to advancing education, whether that's participating in and being a part of the many state organizations for education, or even on a more smaller local scale, attending different types of educational seminars within our school districts we're working with, teaching them about architecture, engineering, construction, or even the top picture in the center there, kind of inviting students from the district to join us on the job site or during different design sessions to really see what we're doing and hopefully pique their interest in going to these fields as well. And then just leaders in education and design with a proven history, a proven and successful history. And the quote up here from Jason Jablonski from DC Everest, Somerville Architects stands out as a firm that not only values excellence in architectural design, but also places a strong emphasis on making a positive impact in the field of education. Their dedication to K-12 projects reflects a commitment to shaping environments that foster learning, growth, and creativity. So we're really working with each district. We are working on projects to understand what's best for them and really how to make their district what it needs to be. In the end, we're just very passionate about the work we do, and we really do understand that it's more than just a building that we're putting together. These have a very large impact on your community and the students that use them, and we want to make sure that we're doing that job well. Thank you very much.
presentation.
Once again, we will reset for the last and final firm to come and make a presentation.
And he's still there.
I know, you're like, looking over here. I'm like, I don't know, you have to wait for me to
Yeah. Okay, just wanted to know. All right, thank you.
Scares me. No, you're- It's like, yeah, this one. He's got a sack. Very important.
I think so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
nice job, nice job, thank you.
No, this is the numbers for funny ones. See it. Oh, she's on her phone. I gave her the opportunity to go home. She's like, oh, she could have got right with Brian. Yeah, we're talking about you. I'm walking up to her, and just as I'm leaning over with this dumbest look on my face, she snaps a Snapchat picture of me. It's on her story. She is my mini me. She's just like, yeah. Oh, it's a dress, yeah. It was like all sparkles. I left a glitter trail everywhere I went. Sat down, glitter everywhere. Like I'm still. So at the end, people are going to ask questions and you're going to write them down, or is that what's going on? Yeah. She's standing there, said that she's beginning, so like I don't know. I knew that. Yeah. Hi. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming. Yeah, we'll just use it. Definitely not. Oh, you need a water? You could get. Yeah. I'm sorry to throw it. Water, but yeah. Yes, I didn't like that. They need a water?
Sounds like he's going to take that big time, you know what I mean?
And then all their designs are very yeah.
All right, if we'd like to find our seats, we'll get going. We have our fourth firm that's going to present, so give you just a minute to find your seat, and then we'll get going.
I know, I was like, he's right up here. Isn't that the kind of rundown? Yeah, they're really long. I missed that. Where did you see that?
All right, we're going to get going here. We have our, as I said, we have our final firm that is going to present tonight. We have ATSR. So with that, I will turn the floor over to them.
Hi, thank you.
Hi. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us to present to you tonight. I think we'll be a great match for Antigo for your pre- and post-referendum work. So I'm Pete Lacey. I'm one of the partners at ATSR.
And I'm Jeremy Scheller, and I oversee marketing and communications at ATSR. And maybe a show of hands, who's excited for their 4th interview tonight? Okay, great.
That was pretty good. Good turnout. I'm Sarah Fox. I'm an architect and education specialist, and also would be facilitator through the pre-ref work. So thank you for having us.
And we're just a small part of the team at ATSR. Really, when it comes to these kind of pre- and post-referendum works, it takes a good chunk of the office to do all the work. So we've been in business for about 80 years. We're just celebrating our 80th year this year. And 98% of the work that we do is K through 12. So it really is the passion and it's the mainstay of what we do. We get excited about partnering with school districts and learning about your students and how you teach them, and finding ways to creatively expand and grow those different ways of teaching. We look for ways that we want to see kids kind of grow in the best way that they find possible, providing different opportunities, different ways of learning. And we listen to the districts that we work with as well. We want to find value-driven solutions. So we want to, we can do the innovative stuff, but we also know that it's hard-earned tax dollars that are going to these projects. So we want to make sure that they're value-driven as well. So tonight we're going to take you through a few stories, a few projects that we've worked on over the years, and hoping to give you a sample of some of the things that we've done and how we've helped school districts go through successful referendums. So Jeremy.
So we're going to share the story of Le Sueur and Henderson, Le Sueur-Henderson School District in Minnesota, two towns, rural towns in central Minnesota, connected by the Minnesota River. These towns had 2 very aging elementary schools, both way beyond their useful life. And both communities wanted to see something happen in their community, in their town. And so there's a lot of local pride. One town's a little bit more rural than the other, has a little stronger rural identity, and the other one's a little bit more of a city community. But they wanted to each have their own elementary continue into existence, but that was a challenge, so.
Also, just to add, with these 2 schools, they had a lot of the same issues that some of your elementary schools have. So accessibility, again, outdated facilities, but also it seems that like North, for instance, and West, I believe, are pretty landlocked kind of schools. I think North was like 2 acres, I saw. Same with these 2 schools. So they talked about adding on, but the long term, staying there wasn't the best option.
Can you go back one? So throughout the years, there was several disagreements that arose with how to tackle their unique situation, how to move on from their elementary schools or fix them up. And an architecture firm came in and really prescribed a solution for the community. And they proposed some major renovations at one school in Henderson, the more centrally located one, but not quite the same upgrades at the rural schools. So it was kind of a tense situation there. So, and right in the right in the middle of that process, a new district administrator came in, new superintendent, and he kind of was submersed into sort of this years-long battle of trying to figure out what to do. So, they had a community survey that he initiated a few months before the election, and it showed that there was only 46% of voters in favor of the plan that was put forward. And yet, they still went ahead with the election anyway with those results. So, next slide. Voters rejected it flat out. It was a pretty overwhelming response, and It really was a solution that only provided a patchwork solution to their bigger overarching problems. So if you go ahead. The solution kind of left one community untouched, and it really wasn't equitable for that rural community. So the superintendent then went looking for a new architect, and we met Jim Wagner at what is known as MSBA in Minnesota, which is kind of like the Wisconsin State Convention that you had here last week, or the week before. And just got to talking with Dave, one of our team members, and they started talking about what the future could look like so that everyone benefited from a new plan that was put forward. So the sensible solution was obviously a community task force driven solution, which you guys are already miles ahead on in your community here. But really getting the community involved in putting forward a new solution that benefited everyone. And so they came up with a new elementary school that provided all the efficiencies of combining a school with the operating expenses that were consolidated. And but what was really the selling point for the community is that all students had access now to an improved learning environment, a future-ready classroom. And so it was no longer a piecemeal approach. And we took that package and went on the road, went to community events, had open houses everywhere, shared the stark difference between the previous solution and the new solution. And looking forward, the referendum passed with a $39.9 million new elementary school. And for one city, it meant losing their local elementary. And that was a big hit, but everyone felt satisfied with the solution where all students benefit. And so I think there's some of that really reflects what the situation is here. So, and after the election, there was a new steering committee formed that talked about design. So.
Yeah, so the new steering committee, they went through the task force process, right, during the pre-ref. So the new steering committee had a lot of the same members involved, but also they brought in other community members, teachers, staff from both schools, and it was really important to them to maintain and kind of integrate the culture of each school into the new school. So that we spent a lot of time on how to do that, is it through graphics, is it, what kind of cultural elements can be integrated? Because the two communities were very different. The important thing here, by combining, and same with you, if you do close three schools, right? You'll develop that equity at an elementary school level, but also, you have to think about once those kids, graduate through elementary school, going to middle school and high school, how do you continue on with the opportunities that you impose in this new school, as they migrate through the school system and age out of it? So this was their new school. This is a district that was, or is, because it's still under construction. They're pretty conservative, so they didn't want something that looked like, a lot of money was put into this and wasted money. They wanted to look like every dollar was spent wisely. So it's a pretty traditional exterior, but what they did here is they combine early childhood, the K through 5, and the district office all into the same building. And they had the benefit of having acreage on their high school, middle school site. So they built this building on the same campus as the high school, middle school, which, they had that opportunity to do that, which is beneficial if you can. This is a brick and mortar school, but one thing that they did unique here is, let's see, my pointer works, maybe? No. This building right there. Instead of a brick and mortar gymnasium, they opted to do a fabric structure, which they discovered that if they did that, they could build a gym that was 3 times the size of a brick and mortar building. So they had a 3-station gymnasium as opposed to a 1-station, which is pretty typical in elementary school. So they are now going to be able to use this for high school, middle school if they want to, and also to rent the space out for community groups. So it opens up a lot of opportunities for them.
I've never heard of a fabric structure. Is it cold in there? Or
It's heated, yep, it's insulated. It's like a double skin system. Yeah, they're
It's like your insulated Stanley mug.
well, without the lead. But yeah, no, the lifespan obviously isn't as long as building with brick and mortar, right? So there's pros and cons, right? They wanted that space for the community. So I'm just going to show you some of the aspects. Won't spend too much time on it, but no, they needed security, right? So this is just an image of their elementary school entrance, which had the secure entrance, secure reception, that first layer of security. Then the early childhood also had its, had its own entrance. And what you're seeing here is a second layer of security. So in Minnesota, you have to have a storm shelter designed in. So this was their storm shelter. No, just a portion. Yeah, the student body or the event size. So because we had such a large gymnasium, we had to get a variance so that we didn't have to provide a space that would satisfy the size of a gymnasium that size. So, and no, we tried to incorporate larger, kind of adaptable large group spaces. So this is the main lobby with the cafeteria to your right there. Another view, no, it's important to have some visual connection. This is a view from the lobby into the media center. Also, oops. Oh, I wonder if, okay. Also in this lobby space, we had some learning stairs, which, right there starting, which also will serve as like a stage area for presentations. So the cafeteria can be used for events and other activities. Then this is flexible learning commons or media center, flexible furniture. Those bathrooms that provide safety and surveillance at the same time. And they're accessible, of course. And then visual identity through the school. We had several different houses. And we tried to make each house unique in different ways. In this case, it was by color into each house. And within each house, they had their own flexible learning commons with a variety of spaces. So you can see some smaller niche spaces in the back there. They had small group rooms, flexible furniture. And then this was a 2-story building. So they wanted a direct connection to other houses on the second level. So this was that third layer of security, within the house. So behind that third layer, you could access the different houses beyond it. And then this is, some of those small group rooms, some of those individual niche spaces. Maker space or, place for kids to get dirty. And classroom space, probably have a variety of furniture, different options for kids and small groups. All right.
Oh, sure, might as well. Okay. So this is our process for the pre-referendum work, and the main part of this is to get the story behind what the condition of your buildings are currently, and then to work with the community and with the schools to come up with solutions. And then the final part is to share that, to get that word out into the community, to get that support for the referendum when that comes around, to tell the whole story. We find that stories are really powerful. And to start with, we have a team that will come down, electrical, mechanical engineers, interior designers, landscape architects, all come down to take a look at all the facilities and make an assessment of what the physical condition of those buildings are, and put a cost of what it would be to set that right. And whilst that's going on, we also have another team who comes in and interviews the teachers, the principals, to understand how the buildings are being used, what's working well, what can be improved. And with that, we come up with a number of different graphics. So this is a site analysis, taking the overall site, seeing how that works, what's strong. You can see we kind of have a traffic light signal on the left-hand side to see which areas are strong, which could be improved, and which ones are working well. So we get the understanding of each building, and then we dig into how each building is being used, what the capacity is. And again, we take a look at the educational adequacy. There's a number of key criteria that we find that we put a score to, basically, for safety and security, for flexibility, for transparency, all those kind of things. And we can work with the district as well to find out what is important to the students and the staff and the community in this area. So we can refine that, and then this is kind of an analysis of what needs to be done to the building. So it's all color-coded. We like to try and present the data in different ways. So this is a graphic way. Some people like the pictures. Other people, it's all about the spreadsheets and the graphs and things like that. So we try and present it in a different way, just to get different ways that story can be told. And so we bring all that data back and analyze it. And this is some of the charts that we come up with. Like I said, some people like the spreadsheets. We've got one guy at work who just loves spreadsheets, can't get enough of them. I like to always bring up some charts, and then there's the graphics of kind of coloring in the plans as well. And we kind of bring the facility side and the educational analysis side together so that we can kind of get a feel for how well a school is doing. You can look at this and see that the educational analysis is that kind of middle column there. That's mostly in the yellow, so there's definitely some room for improvement. But then on the right-hand side, the kind of general score there is a bit more green, so the facility is probably in not such bad condition. So again, just finding ways to communicate the story of how each school is doing. And then the next part is to engage a task force. And, there's many different ways that you can bring that task force together. It should be kind of a good selection of different people within the community, and a range of different people, different backgrounds, different income levels, to make that task force so that the decisions and the thought processes behind the developing of the ideas and the solutions can get that wide level of support and get a wide level of different perspectives. And then it's that task force that at the end of the day will make that presentation to the school board. So it's very much community driven. That's the process that we like to see. This is just taken from some work that we did with Green Bay just recently, working with them on right-sizing their school district. So we had meetings every couple of weeks with the task force, and took them through the financial situation, the condition of the buildings, and then the whole educational adequacy. How can we improve the learning environment for the students in those schools? And so we went through this every couple of weeks, coming up with solutions and refining them, and then testing them with the groups. We did small tabletop discussion groups, public forums, kind of town halls where anyone can come in and let their voice be heard, as well as online feedback and community surveys. And through that, we can develop some solutions, like this is for Eau Claire School District, where we did some other work a couple of years earlier, showing kind of one option to do an addition onto the high school. And again, this one we went through to a referendum, and this passed as well. So they're in the middle of doing their construction projects. And we can take analysis of what it would cost to kind of repair and maintain everything in the district, along with any educational adequacy or additions, and come up with a cost for the different solutions. And this is just an analysis between the different solutions that we came up at one stage with Green Bay. They were also interested in the kind of ongoing facility costs. So we were comparing not only the cost it is to do the construction projects, but also the impact on the running costs of the district. And again, this is just some of the results from the surveys that we did to show which ones had support. You can see on the right-hand side, lots of those ideas that we had got a lot of support, but then there's a couple down in the middle that we see actually there's more negative thought towards those. So again, taking the data that we gather and presenting it in a way that people can understand. Just a kind of list of deliverables that we have. We have the community engagement, the facility analysis, the recommendations that come from that, and then developing the options, costing those out, and preparing that final master plan. We work with School Perceptions to tell the story. Basically, they take the data that we've produced, the ideas, the concepts that have been produced, and tell the story and bring that out to the community and to take a temperature on what the reaction is to those ideas. Jeremy shared how at LeSueur Henderson a survey was done, and it was shown that there wasn't any support. And the district went ahead anyway and ended up losing the referendum. So these surveys can be very powerful in kind of getting their message out and understanding what the perception of those ideas are.
Yeah, and it's always better to win the referendum the first time, I think. But sometimes it takes a couple times, but that's just a reality. But for us, we partner with a communications firm in Minneapolis that they're called Captivate Media, and they have a wealth of experience. They just serve school clients, and they do public relations and media and consulting work. And we would sit down with them, with the district here, and partner to create a communication strategy for the life of your campaign. We want to present the need and share the process that you've all gone through. You've obviously put a lot of work in, and you're highly engaged. I mean, we don't go to a lot of interviews where this many people come out. It's just, this is a very engaged community at this point. So, but a referendum is all about building trust with the community. It's about the district doing what it says it's going to do in relation to educating students and putting students first. And so when there's that trust built with the community will come back and say, yes, we want to affirm the plan that you've got, and we want to move forward. So we think it's all about building that trust, and it starts last year for that referendum that's going to happen either in the fall or in the spring. It starts, it's an ongoing process, and we feel like you've got to develop that message over time. But at the time when the plan is all put together and the board votes on it to move forward, we're going to sit down and develop those key messages with your campaign. Present clear FAQs to the community, come up with fact sheets and graphics and content, and put together media and websites. We'd sit down, and this is just kind of a sample timeline that we do with different clients and districts, but come up with an idea of when we're going to plan out all those different steps of the campaign, put our markers down on the calendar, get everybody's heads together ahead of time. We plan out, for a district we just worked with, every single Facebook and Instagram post for 3 months. And we put together content, graphics, and all that kind of stuff. So we just keep the process moving forward where you're comfortable with your own communications internally, we just want to balance that out with whatever way that we can provide a solution for you. So we have those services in-house. I've been doing websites and design work for large nonprofits for the last 20 years, and I do a lot of this work for the firm, but we also hire some of it out to our key consultants. So just some examples, a website or a video that we worked with, and different fact sheets, boards for community meetings. But in the end, the best advocates for any referendum is you. It's the people who are engaged, who believe in the project, who can get back out into the community. People influence people to change their vote from a maybe to a yes. Or, there's going to be those no votes. They're just there. They're never going to vote for a tax increase. That's a reality. And those aren't the people that we want to focus on. We want to focus on the people who are already in your camp and the people in the middle, because there's a couple of votes there in the middle that they're on the edge, but they just need somebody who's a friend, who is a trusted partner, who will go out there and say, yeah, we believe this is a great idea too. So building that yes team that's going to be an advocate for your community is extremely important. And we also trying to think about like a persona, like who is the trusted voice in your community. For a district we just worked with, they said a 55-year-old farmer is the guy who everybody looks to in our community at the diner, who he's got something to say, and when people listen to him, they believe him. And so we try to imagine who that person is in your community with, your feedback, and then we sort of target our communications in that way. So, in one situation it was doing a voiceover for a video, which, we found the right person who sounded like the voice of the community. So, and then I guess we'll talk about our community collaboration efforts with some different districts here. So.
Yeah, we've been fortunate enough to work with several school districts who have had partners. So we're going to share a few of those with you right now. It's key to bring those people, those partnerships to the table as early in the design process as possible, so that they can help guide all the decisions and come to an arrangement as to who's paying for what their building operational situation might be. So this is Maple Grove Osseo Community Gym. This was a school district working with the city as well as the Maple Grove Osseo Basketball Association. So they all had their input into this. The city was providing some money, and so was the Basketball Association. And as they were working through the process, you could see how the different organizations had different emphases. Like the city wanted to make sure that their locker rooms were adequate and up to standard and that kind of thing, had all the kind of accessories that they needed. The Basketball Association was very much interested in making sure there was a good flow, that the courts could be used well, and there was good flow kind of in and out. And so there was working through all those different things. The Basketball Association was also very concerned about the graphics and how it looked like. So there was a real collaboration between those three entities as we went through with that. And in this particular example, the gyms were just used during the school day by the school, and then as soon as school finished, then it went over to the community use. And there's other models as well.
And this is Waiwega Fremont school. So this is a little different. There wasn't really a partnership, but they want to design their gymnasium and fitness center to be open to the community. So you can design to make it very simple. The only thing here was that it had a separate entrance and controlled entry so that community members could come in and pay for memberships if they want to. So instead of partnership, they were just given the opportunity to make it open to the community.
And then this is sorry, my voice is completely dry at this point. I appreciate you all rolling with me. Austin McPhail Center for Music in Austin, Minnesota, home of SPAM. Always stop at the museum when we're down there. So, But they had a very unique partnership where the Hormel Foundation was going to fund some music-related arts education. So they found a partner in the McPhail Center for Music and added an addition onto the high school. And they created they created a space that had multiple secure entrances. So during the daytime, there was basically, oh, I'm in that picture, sorry. That's the cost of marketing. But so there's a separate entrance right here for McPhail, and all down this hallway, they have all kinds of practice rooms for music, for the McPhail Center's work. And then going across the other side, Austin had brand new band and orchestra rooms and choir rooms. And during the day, Austin got their voice to basically be in charge of the facility. But they did have separate entrances. So as soon as the school day was done, you didn't have to wait for all the kids to get out. They had their own separate entrance for McPhail students to come in and use the space. So there's a ton of different ways that you can set up these collaborative partnerships with community organizations. And it's really about getting people on board early to flesh out all the ideas ahead of time. So. And I think that's it for us at this point. We'll do some Q&A time if you have it. So,
What's the price difference like, roughly, for when you make it look really cool versus when you make it look very crappy?
well, you can make it look cool with paint, so it can happen.
Is it like millions of dollars, or is it like 20?
Well, the important thing is having priorities, right? So you pick what to make incredible and awesome, and then maybe you take some other portions of a building and make it simpler, so it would be a lower cost cost per square foot. You put your money. If it's about image, you put it at the main entrance. You put it in the common space, right? And then maybe you use less, some lower cost finishes and some other areas to make up for that cost.
Yeah, it's being selective in that. And then also it goes into thinking about the whole cost cycle. Like it might be cheaper to do paint on gypboard walls for your corridor walls, but they're going to get beat up pretty quickly. And so in situations like that, it might be worth making the extra expense of building concrete block walls, that kind of thing. So it's like Sarah said, finding your priorities and being selective with where you choose those higher end materials, if you want to put it like that.
What's your process for helping the district do that? Is it like, that'd be hard for me.
Yeah, well, so, really taking it through the whole process. So understanding your priorities from the start, and even through our facility analysis, understanding those priorities, talking to your maintenance staff, talking to your executive staff, understanding, do you want tile on the walls, to protect them from damage, in the hallways, for instance. So we will make cost estimates for all these different things that are a priority to you. And then there's also some of those things that maybe are out of your cost range, your capabilities. And we try to build in design alternates as it's almost like a la carte. So you have a base bid that is something that, it's a good building. Maybe it doesn't have folding partitions, or it doesn't have skylights, or maybe it doesn't have wood beams or something, whatever you take value as a district, and then we do them as add alternates. And if bids come in awesome, we want you to be able to take as many of those alternates as you can. Like LeSueur Henderson, for example, that's how we approached that school, and they were able to accept every alternate that they had because the base bid came in at a value that we tried to design. What do we say, like 10%? Yeah, 10% below, what you can afford, and then we build in alternates for 10% over, and you're at the will of bid day, but hopefully you can add in those things and get those things that are, you could live without, but you won't necessarily have to if.
Yeah, and throughout the whole process, we would be doing cost estimates throughout, at the different stages. It starts off more kind of rough, the cost estimates, but as you go into the detail, then we can make those cost comparisons between the different materials and things like that, and present them to the district to help make informed decisions.
Will you talk about what makes a classroom different today than from 1960?
Oh, go ahead.
We always like to talk about typewriters, because you've got the QWERTY keyboard, QWERTY, all that kind of stuff. And really, that's not a very good layout for a keyboard, because your fingers, the keys that you're using most often are in the wrong place. And the reason why the keyboard was laid out like that was so that the levers in the old-fashioned typewriters wouldn't clash against each other. And so you can compare that to how traditional classrooms are just, you see them laid out with the desks and the chairs kind of in rows. And that's just not how education takes place nowadays. Nowadays, it's, in those times you had the teacher at the front with a chalkboard or whatever, and everyone was facing the teacher, and they were just parroting the information. They weren't really kind of engaging with it and taking it in. But nowadays, it's all about participation, it's all about group work, it's about being able to move your classroom around into different configurations. Sometimes, you might be working individually. Other times you might be working in a small group with a teacher kind of gathering around. Other times it might be the whole classroom kind of doing a large group activity, kind of clearing the tables out and maybe doing an experiment in the middle of the classroom, that kind of thing. And so with the flexibility, the option to open up classrooms is often quite popular as well, so that you can go from a single class being taught to team teaching, that kind of thing. Anything else that you want to?
Yeah, just to add to that, designing for the future, you want to design a school that's going to last, right? That can adapt, it's flexible. What they say these days, right, is that the student for the future, it's about being a critical thinker, being a problem solver. It's not about learning math necessarily. It's not about English, social studies, because they have access to all that information now. It's about becoming personally a critical thinker so that they can go out and create jobs that we don't know about yet, right? So how do you design a school for that? Like Peter said, it's about creating flexibility. Now, how can you make a school that has a variety of spaces that are adaptable so as time changes, those spaces still function, but in different ways? And one thing that we like to do when we start the steering committee or the task force committee is we like to say that, we want you to look out the window and then look in the mirror. So we'll show you what people are doing out there, what works for other school districts, and then we look back at what you guys are doing and what works for you, what you want your new school to be, if it's a new school or whatever it is, renovation. So it's important to set up that understanding of what a student for Antigo is, and how you define that student, and what kind of spaces will satisfy and utilize to make that student as the best student they can be, and really design in that equity that you will achieve with a new school if that's the route you take. You never know what the path you go down with the task force.
Yeah, any more questions?
I think that's it. We got just a minute or two left. If you have anything left to say, otherwise.
No, just an observation that both Sarah and I and Jeremy, we were getting passionate about talking about the opportunities for students. So I think that's just reflective of who we are as a company. That's what excites us, is to create spaces that are engaging, that students can find their home in, where they can learn in, and that teachers can enjoy teaching in.
And just to add, ATS&R is a interdisciplinary firm, so everyone is designing for students. Mechanical engineers are designed for students, electrical engineers, commissioning, every group that we have within our firm is there making the best building that we can, for students on their daily lives, improving their daily lives, so. Jeremy?
Thank you. Really appreciate your time.
Good luck.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit. Thank you. Oh, gosh.
It is a process. Okay, we're moving on to item number 3, task force collaboration. So at this time, what I'd like to do is, Jake, if you'll bring that microphone, maybe you could just bring it around to people, or, yeah, that might be better. Those that were on the task force, if you would like to speak, this is a time to actually collaborate back and forth with the board. For those that were on the task force, and then those that are coming on this next task force. So who wants to be the icebreaker for the task force? Terry Brand. We all know what you look like.
Boy, that was a great presentation. In my previous life, I was those guys over there trying to sell you a project. But it's great to hear from all of them. I like something about all 4 of them. I used to work with 2 of them, but the guys from Minnesota, I can relate to them because I grew up 14 miles from that Spam plant. My uncle worked there. But they all have a passion for education. And how do we deliver that passion to our community is going to be the challenge. I like the parts about they want to evaluate what we've already evaluated, our 3 elementary schools. As I don't think we've convinced the community yet that we don't have options there in those 3 locations. They're landlocked, they're old, they were built for 1960, not technology today. So I think that's got to be a big part of what we do in the first stages of our task force, is continue to get that message out to the community and invite them to come to those buildings and see what we saw. Because why should they take our word for it? It's going to be much more effective if they get the experience of seeing those buildings and they can go out and talk to all of their people in their lives about what the conditions and the limitations are for those buildings. It makes all the sense in the world to add on to this building, or at least onto this complex in a different location. But that's only some people's opinion right now. So I think we really need to spend some time on educating the rest of the community on what our current conditions are. The decision that we need to do elementary system was made long ago. When we closed down other elementary schools, that's when the decision was made that we need something new. Because we didn't take kids from bad buildings and put them in good buildings. We took them from bad buildings and put them in more bad buildings and made it more crowded for them. so we can provide even less services. So that decision's been made. We just have to follow up on that and actually do something as part of that decision. So, any questions for me as the former task force?
Did you have a strong first choice? I wish we could have you all rated.
Boy.
Because I thought that was hard.
You know, there were individuals in each group that I really liked.
Yeah.
But they come as a package. There's things I liked about Steve and Steve because they're right there. They're the only two guys that seem to speak the same language all the time. But I think some people may like the diversity of some of the larger firms and who they have. But in being on their side for a while in my life, I like to be the guy that provides the answer all the time and not have to wonder what somebody else said in a different setting that's not consistent with what I told the owner. But I know there may be people in the community that think this is nice to have a flashy group that's got 20 different people working on the project, but will it provide consistency? Maybe it will if they have that strong lead person that gathers all the information and disseminates all the information. But I like the people from Minnesota. They seem to have a real passion for what they're doing. So, didn't really answer your question, did I? I liked them all, but I like some of the individuals stronger than others in the groups. Who's next? Scott?
I think Travis was next over here.
So my question is, are you looking for the task force to help make a decision on who to pick out of this group? Because they all had great presentations. They all had flashy charts, you know, what we did in the past. But there has to be someone that actually follows up and looks at those references and how those past projects went, if they came in, you know, within budget. But I'm just curious, how do they sell their services? What does it cost? Is it by the hour, billable hour? Is it a flat fee? I didn't hear anything as far as how do you make a decision from that. Does anyone know that?
Jake, you're going to answer that?
Yeah, I don't know how we make a decision necessarily from that. That's still to be debated, but basically we asked them to price three things. One was the, I broke it into three phases. Phase one was the long-range planning. So they have a fixed flat fee for that, and then they have optional, any additional costs that they want to put for reimbursables, like printable items or mileage or things like that. So some elected to put things in there, some didn't. Phase two is that pre-referendum. So that's really the part where they help us sell to the community. So once we go through the long-range plan, then we look at solutions and decide if one of those solutions is what we want to go to referendum for. If that is the path that the board chooses to take, then what is that fee going to be to help us sell that? So that's going to be all of our town board meetings, our booster club meetings, all the conversations with the local people, trying to get everybody to understand, answer any of their questions, and really sell that referendum up until the day of the vote. Then the third phase is their fee structure for any construction project that comes out of that, and that's basically a percentage off of total dollar. So, yep. So, you know, I think overall the percentage structure on the overall construction projects, I think, was about the most similar. They were all very, very much in line on that. And I mean, that's really your big ticket item. Some of them had a little bit more cost in some of the long-range planning activities or the referendum work, and some had reimbursable, some didn't. Overall, when you start looking at that ability to take on the risk and reward of that, you know, that can kind of be a a risk that some larger firms are willing to take more of a chance on and not charge as much in hopes that they do get to a referendum that they can get the larger payout.
The one firm that was gonna nail everything out, the mailer, so.
Okay.
I do think marketing is gonna be a big part of this. It's gonna be key to like sell our community on what our plan of nutrition is, like, marketing, I think is gonna be huge on this.
Yep.
So,
Jake Carroll had something too during the meeting.
Well, I wanted to say thank you guys for including the community. I think that's an important key to whether or not we are able to get this going. And I appreciate being part of that.
Thanks for coming.
Absolutely, thank you. Joe?
So I don't know, maybe I have just a little bit of a unique perspective, but for me, a real critical element to this, where I think we need a lot of help, is selling it to the public, having a successful referendum and designing it correctly, and everything else plays into that. But to me, all four look very competent. They're all building facilities like this. They probably, any of them could do a good job as far as the building. But if we can't get a referendum passed, it doesn't matter, does it? So to me, I thought Bray, they all were good, honestly. I didn't dislike any of them. But I thought Bray had the most keen insights into how to move your community, how to educate, how to get people on board. They seem like they're really sharp on that, at least in my opinion.
Okay.
I guess I just kind of had a question on it. Is there timelines with any of this project? Like, are these companies able to just go on with our go-ahead? Yeah, they were just,
Yeah, the two timelines that we put in, potential timelines were for a November of '24 possible referendum or a April 25 possible referendum. And they all felt confident that they could provide the resources necessary to get us to those dates.
and then I guess my 2 cents on all four, similar, they have their good parts and more favorable parts. I think everybody shined in a different way. I just really like more local, in my opinion, because they've been around, they know what our sports are like, they know what our hobbies are, you know, they're just a little bit more intuitive with our specific area, so.
Which one did you think that was?
So Bray.
I mean, I didn't, like the Blue Group out of Hortonville, I mean, their facilities in like Fox Valley are amazing. Maybe I'm a little partial that way, but I think it's nice that they're just like right around the area, you know. I don't know if that saves any money, you know, they could just come up here in an hour and a half, 2 hours kind of thing. I don't know, but it's just like my inkling on people knowing how to pronounce. I enjoyed him. I was like, ooh, an accent. Anyways, but like, you know, they know the area. They know like just some of our dynamics, whether it's weather and sports.
Is the accent gonna help sell the referendum or not?
No.
Well,
Someone not from here, it's
well, you're gonna point blank be like, where are you from? I need to know. But, you know, just a little bit more of like that camaraderie of like, we know where you're from and, you know, we're in the area too, and they would be super proud of building something, you know, here, and they can point at any direction in the really close radius on a Wisconsin map is, I don't know, I just think that's kind of cool, so.
yeah, that was my concern. I was just gonna say, like, I thought they were really good. I was impressed by those two guys. My concern was the marketing aspect. But,
Okay.
If it's just those two guys, or if they sub that out,
No, it's not, they said it's the district. So what
it's
they're
on the
being-
district then?
They'll
push
work
it back
with
to
you,
the
but it's on the
district.
district. and
Okay.
that's not
That was my only concern with those
You don't
two
need
guys.
another
Sure.
hack. Wouldn't it be in a budget to hire a marketing firm separately to help with that?
Sure, so then that one other local,
Yes.
Yes, we do. Jeremy Doucette does marketing and, not at this level, Jeremy?
Education is not something this district, I don't want to offend anyone, education is not something this district does
Thank you, Jeremy, for saying that. Go ahead.
I think one of our biggest hurdles is going to be telling the community why you want to do this, but our enrollment is declining. So why is the enrollment is declining is one, and we see our population declining as two. So I think those are two huge hurdles that you're going to have to give to get this referendum passed. So that becomes into marketing is one. And I agree with Travis 100%. I think a lot of this is going to be marketing. I've worked with Bray and Associates and I've worked with Somerville. I'm working on a project with them right now. They're both quality architects. Yeah, they're both solid. I mean, I've sat in meetings with them on multiple different projects. I think the biggest thing is for you guys is, you know, how much is the referendum going to cost? You know, if it's going to be $100,000 to get this marketing ad out, that's going to be your guys' decision. You know what you went through the last time with it. Now, you've got a younger generation. I'm going to call myself the younger generation coming in. This is why I'm sitting here tonight. I can say in the past 20-some years of taking my kids to multiple different sports, traveling sports all over the state, we are way behind. And the community needs to see that. And if they're not involved in, I'm not saying that they have to be in sports. It can be band. It can be multiple different things. But they got to see different communities of what they're doing. I don't care if it's Hortonville or Seymour or Rhinelander or Marinette. I mean, they all have made progression and we have not. So it's unfortunate, but I think one of the biggest things is going to have to explain, you know, the only way that we can go forward is to spend money on a school. So if we're declining, we have to fix that. And I believe, you know, thoroughly that it's in our schools. So that's my opinion, so for what it's worth.
Jake, you want to take that mic up to Scott at the back?
I agree. I agree with Travis and Mr. Heinzen here. But I just think the biggest hurdle we have is we try to litigate the past way too often around here. The past is the past. Forget about what happened 30 years ago, 20 years ago, even 5. Because if you're going to talk about 5, then you better start going back to 1950. Because this community's been on the same slide since I was born. So I think the way to sell the school is if we want to grow our community, we need to become more attractive. The school would be something that would attract our people to come to here. So I commend you guys for putting the referendum. I've been here all my life. I love the place, and it's just great to see somebody sticking their neck out again.
Do you have a strong opinion on those architects?
I like the blue guys, but the marketing scares me with them too. Bray has done some work here for us. I would abdicate to those two guys because they're construction people. I'm a school teacher. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to tell you that I know more about one architect than the other. I would abdicate to Travis and, you know, the other people that have spoke because they know more about that than I do.
I agree. The biggest problem I see is marketing, that we have to sell this. And to me, it's either Bray or Somerville. I think they have the best ability to help us to do this. But there was one thing that was said by that last group that I wrote down when they talked about the two communities. That, you know, if you think of Wittenberg-Burnhamwood or there's all kinds of schools in Wisconsin that it's been to Stanley Boyd, two communities that had to come together, build a high school. And so he talked about the elementary, and what the guy said was how they sold it was that when they built that one elementary for the two districts that had come together, all our elementary students will benefit. That's one of the phrases we're gonna have to use, because
And they went K-3.
because they will all benefit, because we'll have space for special ed, we'll have art rooms, we'll have music rooms if we build a new school and everything else that we need. So if we start thinking about all our elementary students will benefit from building this new school, how are they going to argue that? I mean, some people will, but.
I agree. And he said something about a daycare island. Talk about a daycare island. We should be thinking about that kind of thing for our schools.
Jake down here in the front. Hold one second.
I would like to reiterate what has been said. I would like to reiterate what has been said in that communication could improve. And being one of those parents who I am on the border and I have choices to go to another school district, we were closed from Mattoon and Crestwood, and we see the same issues going from one bad school to another. As a parent, I would like to know, when you say how is it going to benefit my child? I've been in the schools, I've sat in the classrooms, I've seen one-on-one what the teachers and the children are all struggling with. And so I think as part of this marketing, it would be very important to be very specific on how our children are going to benefit from combining again.
Thank you.
Do you have any strong opinions on how that would happen, or do we gotta figure that out?
Well, okay, just a thought. Look at your competing school districts. Where are these kids going to and why are they going there? What do these schools and school districts have that we do not have? What can we implement, whether it's structural, whether it's in the education, whether it's in other programs that are offered? Yeah, things like that.
What firms stuck out?
Oh, the firms, I'm sorry. Okay, this is gonna sound very shallow, but I liked the first and the second, or excuse me, the first and the third, was it Breyer and Summers? They all had great things as well. I liked those two because they not only seemed very, what's the word I'm looking for? They've been around a while. I liked the community aspect of how the Breyer was gonna integrate the community and the staff and the students in these. I appreciated how Somerville was not only promoting their marketing, but also the communication website. I mean, did the others have a way to communicate? I mean, with project management and process improvement and things like that, that's very, on a big scale, that's very important to keep everybody on the same page. And I think just with the confidence they sold me with, I would trust them selling the community with as well. And then, like I said, kind of superficial on a marketing level, but that's what my impression was.
Scott, hold that thought. Scott, I want to see if anybody else has anything else they want to say before we go back to the.
I just had a question.
Anybody else has anything you want to say? Let's go back up to Scott then.
How many people do we lose to open enrollment a year?
We lose upwards of $1.2 million to open enrollment.
So how many students is that?
10,000, approximately 10,000 per student.
Per student.
Said how many students?
Yeah.
Well,
10,000.
1.2 million divided by 10,000, whatever that is.
And we just found out that Antigo is the largest contributor to RVA as well, the entire state.
120 to 130 students.
The district used to do online themselves.
Yes, Ames.
Mr. Hines, I want to go back to you.
I just, if you're gonna present this, do you guys have the land valued? Do you have it locked? Do you have the land, and where's your projection?
I'll let Jake speak to that.
Do we have the land to build the building on? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so I mean, you wanna build a building, so where's the land?
Where's the land? just took action on it at the last board meeting and signed the official offer today. So, that was a big
I
step.
wanted Jake to make that announcement.
To the north.
To the north.
To the north. Behind
This
the
is the same
aquatic
piece-
center going
this-
out to the main highway.
Yep, to
Towards
the north,
Fifth Ave.
all the way up to Fifth Ave.
And then would there be projections for the future to middle school to high school? So you got elementary, which you want to move here. Projections that I would say in the future would be expansion of middle school. And that might be 30 years down.
Mr. Heinzen, are you going to be part of the new task force?
Yes.
I'm inviting you,
Yes,
please.
he will be.
Because that's part of my discussion too, for this. Where do we see ourselves 3, 5, 10, 15 years down the road? And that's what Jake has in his mind through this architect firm, is where's our preferable future, our vision? What do we see ourselves? Where do we see ourselves? Visions change, the future does change, as we all know, but it changes in the outcast, not in the front of you at the moment. You know, our decisions and circumstances changes the look of that future in the end. But yes, that's something that I had thought of as well. Carol, I think,
I think that we need to be looking at those students that have left us and surveying them, why?
and I believe
So we-
that's what Mrs.
so we can-
Oginski is
So we can
doing.
answer that, you know, the question, how to serve all of our students. My vote would be Somerset. I love the fact that they have a website, and to me, using social media, and that is gonna be how we connect. Because I have found, you know, personally, there's just not as many opportunities to go out and sit and talk, but you can sit down and, on Facebook or whatever, you can hit a lot of people, and as you know, I did that really well for a couple of years. So that's how I think our school we need to be working to communicate to this community. And I love the idea about people going to the sports events. I think it would be a great idea if we have someone going to our sports events and doing some videos of them and getting that out on our, just like we could also do it in our schools, but getting that out on our website, on our social media, so people in this community could go and see what these look like, see what other school districts look like, so there's a comparison. I mean, we have those social media, let's use it.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
I
Oh,
will answer JD's question about how do we sell it. Transparency. Most of the parents have no idea what it's like to be in those buildings every day. And it is uncomfortable and it is ugly, but that is the only way you sell it. And they're in that building and they're that way because you don't have enough staff, because people don't want to come and be squished in and deal with the problems. And kids aren't learning because there's nowhere to go when one kid goes off, the whole room. I had to strip my room. All of the things you talk about for learning, I had to strip that out of my room because we were evacuated 11 times in 9 days with kids dumping things and tossing things, and to make sure that my room was safe. Parents have no idea what it is like in elementary when you don't have the spaces you need and or the resources you need, and how bad it is for learning. 4K, 5K, first grade. Those are what leads to the problems in the high school. You don't address it there, you're never catching up.
And to piggyback on that, I think we need to use our statistics too. I mean, how high our special needs are, like at North Elementary alone, that was just through the roof. You know, if we use our facts on our side of like what we're handling with what we have, I think that would really astonish some people. You know, just these are the special needs, these are the sizes that we actually should, you know, have these classrooms at or whatever. And this is what we're, you know, offering right now. Like Jody was just saying, maybe like go through the schools with a video, post it online, just some things. We don't have to just blast, but like just acknowledge to the public what we're actually just kind of sweeping under the rug, you know? Complete transparency.
I think we ought to put those videos that Angie made too.
I made those
Oh,
videos.
yeah.
Can you?
Special, I
when
really
you say
hate
it's
these.
important,
The last special ed, we all know, Heidi liked to say we were overqualifying kids. I do not have an education background. I'm an anthropologist. I come from a biological perspective. There is a high rate of autism here. And there is a high rate of ADHD. And an epidemiological study will show you that. You don't have to say, okay, we can't qualify these kids and we can't meet their needs because we don't want to have too high for DPI. When DPI would accept, you have a small population with high gene frequencies of these traits. And so you need the services to support them.
Yes.
You don't move forward without the services. And it's the same with the community. How do you sell it? How many companies here can't find employees to work their shifts? And if they find them, they're not qualified. They can't read, they can't do basic math, they can't show up on time. Some of them don't know the time difference. That comes from education. Education is the backbone of any community. Everything is dependent on it. And right now, Antigo is failing dramatically, and it is affecting everything. And coming from North, everyone tells you how bad North is. North is not bad. You have hard kids, and you don't have the resources to help them, and you don't have people who are trained to help them. In a building that's way too small. You should not have art and library and technology in one room.
So these would be things to bring to the attention of how it would benefit.
Yes, but you have to keep in mind that there are, people don't know, because it has been policy to not share this. I had parents I wasn't allowed to talk to last year. You have to be transparent, as hard and ugly as it is. Because everyone cares about their kids, and everyone cares about their kids learning. This is not a day and age, manufacturing is gone, it's never coming back. We cannot change that. What jobs are there, and what are we training our kids for?
Thank you so much.
This is a less important point, but I'm still curious.
It's important, Jake.
The ATSR, I just appreciated the first three all had really fancy, cool architecture. And so it was interesting to see a cheaper building. And I didn't know how you guys felt, like, is that what we have to go for, or can we go for the cool looking?
Well,
And-
if you chose them, you have to educate them in order to make them palatable to Antigo. That is said as an anthropologist and someone not from here.
Yeah, I think you're bringing up a great point. I think it has to be that this money is being spent very wisely, and this is an investment that's going to last for a long time. But it can't be a square block either. I mean, it's got to be a blended approach, I think, to it. And, yeah, like the guy said, I forgot which one it said, it's the Chevy, the Buick, and the Cadillac. I don't know, I always believe there's a happy medium. But I think a lot of people are gonna be against it if they see nothing but glass in the front of it and say, what a waste of money. I think some people in this area are gonna be turned off by that.
Practical. Yes, ma'am.
I think with the ASR, they did that because that's what they wanted. They wanted it to not look fancy, but they put the fancy inside. They just didn't want it to look fancy outside.
That's just what I was gonna say, is like the blend, because that was they catered to the client's desires, because they wanted something that was more muted, if you will, but they did make the modifications inside to meet those needs, so.
Can I ask for just a show of hands of, just right off the top of your head, who would say, if you're gonna make a decision tonight for the architect, who would you go with? Let me get my list up here. Bray, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you go with Bray.
You writing down a number, Danny, or you just hoping it's eyeball close?
Well, we have 4.
How many times can you vote?
5. Oh, okay, so.
I mean, I vote for 2 of them.
Okay, so if you're for Bray, come on. No, just one. Just vote for one, whichever one you want. If you have just one decision, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Now, let's go to Blue Design. Who's for Blue Design? Raise your hand. 1. Terry, was that a hand? No? No. 1 for Blue Design, all right. How about Somerville?
Well, I can't vote yet.
All right. And what about ATSR? I agree with what several of you have said. There's a little bit of every one of the groups that I'd like to meld them all together and have them all work together. That would be, I think that would be an awesome team. I do want to thank you so much for coming out tonight. One more thing, Scott, you're gonna.
It's a short one. As a person who taught in this building, when we first moved in here, the biggest gripe I heard from students and teachers was, there's no windows in those classrooms.
Yeah.
I called it a prison from day one.
My daughter, who graduated from here, said this is a prison, not a school. Yes.
Okay? As an OT, these are the worst kind of lights you can have. You've got kids on the spectrum are having any issues with regulating themselves. The more natural light you have, the better it is.
Agreed. Agreed. So on behalf of the board, I'm sure all of these board members will tell you, thank you so much for being here tonight. You have endured all the way through all 4 architect designs. Please, don't feel like you cannot reach out to us. Send us emails, give us ideas, suggestions, because we want to have community support and collaborative support from all of you in order to see this process go through, okay? All right, having said that, we don't have anybody signed up for public comment, but I need to take a little break before we take up board action number 4. So about a 5-minute recess.
Again, thank you all for coming out tonight. That was very nice to have you all here.
I was completely shocked.
We have a meeting on Wednesday. Bring it up then.
I know, that was oh, sorry. Well, in a little bit.
Guess what? That would.
Do you have an ankle bracelet?
I do. And it's my 3rd pair of possession.
Is it from your wife?
No, I bought it myself. It's a touch therapy bracelet.
It's a touch therapy bracelet.
Yeah, so you click on this little app here,
Probably have her on my.
and you tell it if you want to feel relaxed, or if you want to fall asleep, or if you want energy. They did some placebo studies at the University of Pittsburgh, and they found different vibration.
Do you think it works?
It worked in the studies. At least it works for placebo. Yeah, I really like it. I turn it on all the time.
It's like sleep.
Yeah, sleep.
Sleep.
I can't.
I would go.
You know,
I
all
would
the
have
time
went.
after school board meetings.
I would have went
cannot go to
energy
sleep.
when he was talking. I was
Just wondering if I can find it.
All right, have a good night.
See ya.
Remember that name?
My kids are already almost sleeping.
Listen, I gotta drive 35 minutes.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Medicating my son from a lot. Oh, I need a little bit of a break. I let Anna with that.
Is anyone that is
No, it's restructuring.
Restructuring what?
I don't know. I didn't know it was going to be on the agenda. No, restructuring principles. So it might be dramatic filled. I don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah, it has.
So hopefully it's really fast because my wife is going to be complaining.
Yeah, it is 10:15.
I could write the how not to make friends, but still, it really Teachers don't kiss kids.
Good, I'm tired right now.
Do we have a design?
Not yet. I agree.
Do we know how many acres it would fit on?
How many acres?
I know that's 19 and.
32 acres or something, right?
No, that's 19 and a half acres.
What we bought or the,
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was more.
how many, Jake, how many acres did we buy?
And that's what we had originally planned.
6.5. Yes.
So maybe it goes back further, or whatever, you know? Andy's still here.
Yes,
Thank you very much, appreciate your help.
If we develop into enhance our building safety.
No, I only.
That much for.
Okay, we'll come back together. We've got 5 board members here. Dave will be right back in.
Where is he?
Hey,
Thanks for coming, Tom.
comments. Huh? Jake, is Dave coming?
Did you see him outside? Who? Dr. Bardo?
He's up in the restroom.
Oh, okay.
He'll be here.
He'll be here.
I didn't know we were clicking.
Is that working? Do we need that?
I don't know.
Do roll call, I bet it's not.
Okay, item number 4, we have for board action, district administration reorganization. I am looking for a motion, please.
I move the board to approve the recommendations for the district administration reorganization.
Motion's made by Dave. Would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes. Mrs. Zaginski has put out a recommendation to the school board to restructure within the administration in accordance with policy 1100, and I will be in favor of this motion.
I will direct all of our discussion to the motion on the floor, and that is to approve the district administration reorganization.
Did we post it under executive only for a reason, or was that an accident?
No, it's just for you to see.
Okay.
Is that the same as the handout?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I was just going to ask that.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll just speak in opposition to it, and based on, the experience we had having one principal in 2 schools before, it just wasn't good. And I think if we're gonna move ahead and build a new school, that would be the time to realign this, because it would be a cost-saving effect then, and that would be one more reason for people to want to get on board with the new school. But before, teachers would tell me, something's happening in the school, principal's in the other building, we can't find the principal. And it's gonna be a big load for the lead teacher. Because they're gonna take this, either they or the secretary. So, that's my say.
Do we want Glenda to speak to it a little bit, or is it?
Yeah, if she would like to.
Sure. So, what we would be looking to do, as was discussed earlier, when the last consolidation happened, there was no plan of determining if there was a need to have a full-time principal at each building, and it was just something that it seemed historically it just happened without planning or thought going into that. So considering, if you will look at, one of the charts talks about the prototypical elementary school, that research shows us that if you have about 432 students, that warrants one principal. If it's 432 plus, that would typically be one principal and one associate principal. So the recommendation was to restructure from 3 principals, where we have approximately 528 students, and that's grades 4K through 3, to have 2 principals, which would, one principal would share a building. And also, if you look at the data of what we did have historically, when the buildings were shared, that is on page 2. So in 15-16, we had 6 principals to 8 schools, and those were K-5 buildings back then. So typically, when you look at the dynamics of a building, looking at grades K through 5, typically your more aggressive behaviors happen in the older grades, and we're talking about 4K, kindergarten, first, second, and third grades. In 16-17, we had 4 principals to 7 schools, and they also shared the virtual school as well. And then the consolidation was where one principal was just assigned to each school. And the purpose for doing this, I want to be very clear that everybody understands, is that this is not budget cutting. There is not a concern with having to cut the budget. It is taking money to reallocate it to fund things that will give us a higher academic return of investment. So we would take those funds to support a different instructional initiative.
JD, does that answer your questions, or would you like to build on that?
Yeah, it makes me a little nervous. I hope we maintain discipline, but I'm gonna have faith in Glenda to get it done.
I would say, share the same concern with JD. It comes down to being able to control behaviors.
Correct.
And so just to be clear also, this is to, this would be going from 3 principals to 2.
Correct.
Is there any other discussion on the motion on the floor?
I heard some teachers talking about the Tools of the Mind program, and it's supposed to improve executive function in 4K in kindergarten. It might be something to check out. They sounded like they were interested. It's not reading, but it's supposed to do improve discipline.
Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? No, we don't have the voting devices set up, so, well,
Do we just have to plug it in?
we can do,
Roll call?
Dustin, can you do a vote quick? Vote quick?
He's like, I'm taking a nap. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, it's 10:30, for God's sakes.
make sure that you have your voting device, your name is on the back. For some reason, I had JD's at first, but I have got mine now. JD, I'm voting for you. No, I'm not.
In some kind
I want to go on the record, this is Oginski, doesn't that say my last name? Yep. Okay.
I do.
Did you check yours, Kristen?
is ready. Sorry, that monitor is.
Okay, that's fine. So the vote is now open. If you are in favor of the motion on the floor of approving the recommendations for district administration reorganization. Okay, and would anybody like to change their vote? Close the vote. We have 4 in favor and 2 opposed. Do you have that? And the motion passes. Next, I'll be looking for item 5, adjournment for a motion.
So moved.
Motion's made by Andy. Would you like to speak to that motion? Let's go home. All in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. This meeting is adjourned.